Media, and I'm so happy to be joined by the one and only Green Nurse. Her name is Sherri Tutkus. Sherri, thank you so much for coming on short notice.
Jimmy, thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to work with you.
And right back at you, right back at you. And the best part about this show today, we really focus on cannabinoid medicine, using the cannabis plant medicinally. And I know this is right up your alley. It has a lot to do with what you are all about. And you also host your own show. You have your own brand. Why don't you give us a little plug for the Green Nurse Group and your own show right off the bat?
All right, very cool. So the Green Nurse, as you can see, the umbrella besides me, the Green Nurse is an umbrella of global, progressive, licensed health professionals who provide products and services that are vetted by cannabis experts in the industry. We're expanding our patient-focused cannabis education and medical cannabinoid expertise beyond consulting and medical cards to include a mentorship program for all medical professionals and coaches around the globe. So our community is a platform aimed at both patients and providers as the one-stop shop for your Green Nurse approved education and product needs. So our efforts are to create a global community of nurses, health professionals, and coaches that provide vetted products and services to support the viability of the medical cannabis programs globally, those professionals who work those programs. So it's really a two-way thing for patients and for providers.
Fantastic. And
so it's really exciting.
And I pride myself on the amount of knowledge that I have gained over the last 2.5 years since I started my own podcast. And I continue to give you credit because I think I've learned more chit-chatting with you and interviewing you in the past than many of the others that we've also talked with. But let me give you the lineup on who we're going to be talking with throughout the next 2 hours here on Cannabis Chat this Monday at 4:30 in about 20 minutes or so. Janice Bissex is going to join us. She's a holistic cannabis practitioner, a culinary nutritionist, and a cookbook author, speaker. And she actually has a new book out. When's Sherri Tutkus' book coming out? That's what I'd like to know.
You
What
ready?
are you doing?
Guess what?
What?
It's so exciting. So the American Cannabis Nurses Association, I participated in writing a chapter in the first cannabis nursing textbook. So my chapter is chapter 9, The Cannabis Nurse Experience, and that book is already on Amazon.com. It's being pre-ordered, and it's due to be released in January 2021. So it's a really, really cool book, and it's aimed at not just nurses, but health professionals and coaches, showing the progression of how cannabis nursing came to be, how we work with patients, the different things that you can do as a cannabis nurse. So it's really, really a really good start for nurses that are interested in expanding their knowledge on cannabinoid therapeutics. The reason it's really important, and this is for new professionals out there and even new nurses that are in nursing school, is that in 2018, the National Council State Boards of Nursing, and that is the nursing board that provides the exams that all nurses must take before they get their license. So 2018, they came up with a call to action that all nurses must have 6 essential clinical areas of knowledge. And so truly, as an organization, as multiple organizations in the industry, we're actually petitioning to have all nurses be tested on the endocannabinoid system in order for them to pass their nursing exam. So that's something that we're really, advocating. As nurses, the majority of us cannabis nurses are not only clinicians, but we're patients, advocates, and activists.
Love that. So Janice Bissex is at 4:30. At 5 o'clock, we're talking to Dr. Carlie Bell Biggins, and she is a licensed naturopathic physician and cannabis educator. And let's see, we also have at 5:30 Roy Lipski, who leads the California-based Creo in collaboration with Genomatica. Okay, so we'll figure out what that is, but Creo is an ingredient company with a platform for producing rare cannabinoids.
Ooh.
So like CBG, is that a rare cannabinoid?
It is the mother of all of the cannabinoids. CBG is absolutely fantastic.
All right.
And
Well, that's
it's
cool.
usually one of the pivotal cannabinoids that I use if I have an acute pain flare. It's really interesting. Yep.
Really? This
Good
is
news.
what, so look, there's so many things that are fascinating to me about this business and this industry. And, you know, having all these different chemicals, these cannabidiols in the cannabis sativa plant, you know, this is why I think people like yourself, Sherri, are so excited about the future, because if we can move forward with a decriminalization of this plant and actually open up research into the plant, there's going to be so many opportunities for young people to get into this business, for people that have been licensed practitioners to expand their knowledge. They may even be able to get research grants and produce their own research. I think that is perhaps one of the most exciting things about this business. And I'm guessing at some point that might be something you'd be interested in?
Oh yeah, like we've already started doing preliminary research on sleep. You know, right now we're in a time of multiple pandemics, which we can do a whole show on that. But everyone's sleep is disrupted, and sleep is really, really important. Restorative sleep is key and essential for managing anxiety, depression, PTSD, complex PTSD, panic disorder, agoraphobia. So we're seeing a lot of those mental health disorders up on the rise. So, you know, cannabinoids are really, really good at that, as managing sleep. And so we've actually did preliminary studies just on Fitbit with a couple of veterans in the community. And we saw their heart rate variability, their REM sleep, and their restorative sleep, deep sleep, actually improve with the different couple combinations of CBD, full spectrum, and other phytobotanical nutrients such as valerian, lavender, chamomile, which is, those things are found in terpenes. So it's really, really interesting how we are already starting to do this. You know, preliminary research pretty much demonstrates this should be research, you know what I mean? So it's taking the next step, starting to investigate, and then allowing those research companies to take it to the next level. Really, really fun.
Absolutely. And there's a couple of news items I'm just going to throw out before we take our regular 4:20 break. One in particular is that Missouri opened up their first medical cannabis dispensary, I believe today, or at least this week. And Virginia has also opened up their first medical dispensary. So another few more states are coming on board. There are 5 states that are actually voting on adult use legalization in their states. And from what I understand, New Jersey, the polls of New Jersey, 3-1 in favor of adult use recreational. So having another East Coast state that is legal, you'll have New Jersey, you'll have Massachusetts, you'll have Maine. Vermont obviously went, but they don't qualify for East Coast. They qualify for Canadian border and mountain state. Right? Because that's where they are, right? All right, so that all happened. And then I think I saw something else come across the Cannabis Newswire. And it does look like a lot of companies are betting on one of the candidates to win. Let's just say it's the one who's leading the polls, and the impact that it might have on cannabis stocks. So if you are someone who likes to play the ponies, play the stocks, because they're both gambling entities as far as I'm concerned, by all means, you might want to get in now just in case one candidate wins over another, without naming names. I'm trying to be as, no, I'm not. I'm trying to be as, forget it. It's impossible for me to be politically correct when it comes to this. I can also say that there's a lot of action internationally. Now, I did not see the results from this past weekend. New Zealand is a country that voted for legalization over the weekend, and I have not seen results. I guess the dateline, the international dateline, has affected the newsletter on that one, because usually I get something on New Zealand. But France, for the first time in nearly a century, is finally coming on board and is calling on the World Health Organization to recommend the declassification of medical cannabis, which is exactly what a lot of people, but if France is moving towards this and recognizing the medicinal benefits, that's a good sign for a lot of the countries that have held back for whatever reason. And again, just another example of how we are moving the needle on the green wave internationally. Not sure how quickly, I don't know which country's going to decriminalize next, let's just say, but
they're all watching each other. Who's going to do it first?
That's right. That is right. And I also read this big article, and I definitely think we can make this a theme for the show, because I definitely want to talk with some of you registered nurse practitioners, doctors of cannabis, about synthetic cannabinoids. Now, we talked about research, Sherri, right? And I get that the plant is a live plant. I get that you can dictate the DNA of the plant to make it more of a relaxing or a focused plant or whatever it turns out to be. But that's the real deal. What synthetic cannabis, and everything I've heard about it are usually nightmare stories.
Well,
can you walk me through it?
Okay, so in the traditional system, Marinol is synthetic THC. So it mimics the THC molecule, but it's not made from the plant. Sativex is a combination of THC and CBD. Again, it is made in the pharmaceutical. It's made, as a double, THC, CBD to mimic the plant. So just two ingredients. Epidiolex is CBD plus some other ingredients. The issue with single molecule cannabinoids, whether it be isolate or full plant, you need to think about the entourage effect. The entourage effect states that the whole of the plant is greater than its individual parts. So if you just imagine, I always like to teach, and I have to say this because this is my favorite subject to talk about, the endocannabinoid system. So imagine we have this master regulatory system. The umbrella over there kind of represents some of the things that I talk about. So all of the spokes of the umbrella are your different body organ systems. The fabric that surrounds the umbrella are the neurotransmitter signaling systems that give messages to the spokes of the umbrella to tell your body to either do something or stop doing something. So at the very, very tippy top of that umbrella up there is the endocannabinoid system. It blankets on top of our entire umbrella. We produce components in our body like the plant to shower on our umbrella to give messages to tell our umbrella to either do something or stop doing something. The plant makes anandamide. The plant makes THC. We make a molecule called anandamide, very similar in structure. So if you can just imagine the THC showering on our umbrella, going to the different areas, the spokes of the umbrella, the fabric of the umbrella, to provide homeostasis or balance. So if we're not producing enough of our own components like the plant, well, we don't get rained on. And guess what? If messages don't get to the areas they need to get to, there becomes a dysregulation, a downregulation. Symptoms start to appear. Things aren't happening the way they're supposed to, and we start to see our umbrella start to fall apart. So when you think of whole plant medicine, full spectrum, full extract cannabis oil, you have over 400 compounds showering on your umbrella that is being completely 100% working in synergy and harmony. So if you just think of THC showering on your umbrella, well, guess what? That's better than nothing. But CBD, THC, the rest of the cannabinoids, the terpenes that all work in synergy and harmony together to provide phytobotanical nutrition to all of your organ systems, your immune system, and those neurotransmitter signaling systems to keep your umbrella going up and down nicely. So that's the best way I can explain it, and I hope it makes sense.
It does make sense. I love it when you break it down like that and explain it to people, but we have a very special time that we may have just missed, our 420 break. I usually go into a whole diatribe about the Waldos and these high school kids from San Rafael, California, and they beat at the Louis Pasteur statue at 20 past 4, and they catch a little buzz, and then law enforcement caught on, and they'd use the 420 code to explain, hey, public consumption of cannabis going on at the corner of, West and Vine, or whatever the streets were, wherever it was. Anyway, that being said, my version in New England about 420 was a song by a New Hampshire singer-songwriter named Jonathan Edwards. Now, Sherri, have you ever heard of the song Shanty?
No, but if you play, I might have if you play it. If you,
Well, I
I'm
can
not
sing it for you. I'm
sing
not
it.
gonna sing it for you, at least not live on the show. But we do have a rendition of it. I'm not sure you're gonna actually be able to. You won't be able to, as my director Dan's going, no. But I will give you a special, quick little, I'm going to sit around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. If I can help it, we're going to lay around the shanty, mama. Now you've heard it. Anyway, enough with my singing. Here's Jonathan Edwards. It's a tradition here on Cannabis Chat.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
All right, welcome back to Cannabis Chat for Monday afternoon. This is Medicinal Mondays here on Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young, and I'm joined by the Green Nurse, Sherri Tutkus. And we now have our first guest that's on in the on-deck circle, as it were. But we can bring in Janice, is it Bissex or Bissex? Bissex. All right. And she is a holistic cannabis practitioner, a nutritionist, an author. You've got a new book coming out called The Simple Guide to CBD. And Janice, thank you so much for joining us here. And look, what a surprise to have Sherri in the cannabis chat room with us, huh?
I love it. It's great to see Sherri. It's been a while. It has been a while. And I so
enjoyed, sharing your story 2 years ago. So it's going to be so awesome to hear the progression of how you have evolved in the industry and all of the amazing things that you're doing. So I'm really excited.
great. And Jimmy, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, it's fascinating to me, the people that we all meet in this cannabis business. And everyone has a story. Everyone has a reason, for the most part, why they were first introduced to cannabinoid medicine, using the plant for medicine. So Janice, explain a little bit about your own personal journey and how you ended up as a pro-cannabis holistic person.
Okay. So let's see. I'm a registered dietitian nutritionist by training. I've done that all my career. And then 4 years ago, my dad had some health problems that caused severe pain. So the doctors, of course, put him on all the traditional pain medications, and that made him very groggy and severely constipated, requiring a hospital stay. So at the end of this hospital stay, I said to his doctor, isn't there anything else we can do for his pain? This is a vibrant guy who liked hiking in the woods of New Hampshire. And I said, what about medical marijuana? Because I knew that Massachusetts had passed, the law just recently, back in the day. And his doctor said, I think that's a great idea.
Whoa.
And I thought,
Wow.
An enlightened MD, that's a rarity.
It is a rarity. So of course I thought, oh darn, I don't know anything about this. I grew up in the just say no generation, okay?
Yep.
I thought I bought into the cannabis as a gateway drug and all of that. So I really didn't have any experience with it except once in college when I tried it because I thought I should before I leave college. I know, I was one of those nerds. So anyway, I started doing some research, and the more I read, the more I thought, are you kidding me? Look at all these studies. Look at this has been used for thousands of years medicinally. Doctors had it in their little doctor's bag when they went to see people in the 1800s and early 1900s. What's going on here? And so we tried it. I got my dad certified. We drove to the dispensary. He was in a lot of pain. He had multiple spinal fractures. And, he sort of gripped the door handle, never, ever complained. We got there, we got him a high CBD vape pen, came home, tried to figure out how to put it together. That was the first challenge. And he took a couple of puffs and he said, I'm going to go take a nap. And he stood up and he said, wow. And I said, are you okay? Are you dizzy? He said, I'm not in pain.
Oh.
And that was the day that I left my career. I was a cookbook author, a radio podcaster, food blogger. And that day I left that and I went back to school to become a holistic cannabis practitioner. And now that's all I've done for the last 4 years.
Can I ask what school you went to?
I went to the Holistic Cannabis Academy first. They have a 32 module program. It was started by 2 dietitians. And then I also did the Green Flower Media program, Cannabis Fundamentals. And then beyond that, I've just done my own research and online and books. I just got my newest book is, Cannabis is Medicine. By Bonnie Goldstein, Dr. Goldstein. I'm enjoying reading that. So
funny. So funny you mentioned Green Flower, because following our live stream that goes right up until 6 o'clock Eastern time, I had a one-on-one with Max Simon, who is the founder of Green Flower.
Green Flower, I love it.
And I too used their site when I first got my medical card. I didn't know Sherri then because it was 2013. I would have been able to just pick up the phone and call her. But in 2013, I had my medical card. I, felt like I knew the substance and what it did to me, but I really didn't understand it. And I, went in. I remember going into this dispensary. I'm not going to name the name because I had a bad experience there, and I've never gone back.
Yes.
And I said, I just don't want to smoke it anymore. What are my options? So I walked out of there with tinctures, and I walked out of there with the capsules, and I walked out of there with a chocolate bar, and you know the drill.
Oh,
and
yeah.
of course, didn't know Sherri, so I didn't know to start low and go slow.
Right.
Okay? Have I
I've
learned
had a
my
lot of
lesson from
people.
Sherri Tutkus and the Green Nurse, or what? Right? And I bit off more than I could chew, let's just say, especially after
So to
having a
speak.
martini before I tasted it, and ended up having a very bad experience.
Yes.
That being said, you learn your lessons that way.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
one of the reasons why I asked you where you got your knowledge from, because there seems to be so many different schools out there right now, both
Yes.
online and some on that have their own campus, like the Cleveland School of Cannabis in Ohio
Yes.
has their own campus. And, Green Flower is now accredited, I believe, with 7 different universities around the United States. So what we're seeing is more and more real courses of study for college credit, for degrees, and another legitimacy for the cannabis plant. I mean,
Right.
there's some satisfaction to that, at least for me, and I'm sure for
Yes.
both of you.
Yes.
Oh,
for sure.
Totally. I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to share one exciting thing right now, and that is I'm teaching a class at John Patrick University School of Integrative and Functional Medicine. It's an online school based in Indiana, and I'm teaching cannabis therapy in January. And I'm a part of a new institute. It's called the Institute of Cannabinoid Medicine. And that's affiliated with JPU also. So we have an amazing faculty. And, Sherri, and you both know that educating doctors, nurses, all the healthcare professionals, that's what we need to do. Just like I needed to be educated 4 years ago, I knew nothing about this. So it's not a surprise that other dietitians and nurses and doctors don't know about the endocannabinoid system and how this all works. So that's my goal. That's my mission in life, is to continue educating healthcare professionals. So that's really exciting that, this new class at John Patrick University and the Institute of Cannabinoid Medicine, it's my dream. It's a good vehicle.
Yes. And so I can totally identify with that, because when I'm working not only with nurses, but when I'm working with health professionals of multiple different modalities, not just nurses, but we're talking other holistic healing modalities, and there's a ton of them.
Yes.
Not only with physicians and nurses, but one of the most important things that I say to these clinicians is this: you have a moral, ethical obligation to learn about the endocannabinoid system, because every single thing that you tell your patient to do or not do affects that system.
Right.
So you should know what pharmaceuticals upregulate and nourish the endocannabinoid system, what pharmaceuticals don't. This surgery that you're having them have, you need to look at everything. It's bio, psychosocial, spiritual. So everything that we tell our patients to do to manage those symptoms, including mental health, right? What about spirituality, right? So we have to tap into all of these different things,
Right.
and work with our patients and know what supports and nourishes the endocannabinoid system. So the more things as clinicians that we can discuss and educate on, the better the plant will work in our bodies.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's exciting. Once you learn about it, it's so fascinating. And, you're a nurse, and, when you're in the medical field, we're a little bit geeky to begin with. We sort of really get into the science, but you learn it, and I think, whoa, wait a minute, this plant can do all of this? It's really
Once you go down the rabbit hole, like once you learn, you can't unlearn what you learn.
That's right. That's right.
You can't. You go
Yep.
down that rabbit hole and you're still going down, because
Right.
every single day there's new information, there's new research, there's new laws, there's always something new,
Yes.
because now people are opening up their minds. Plant medicine is here to stay. What I really love about cannabis is allowed me to eliminate the box that says I must think outside the box.
There you
Very,
go.
very, right?
Yes.
I get that.
Totally.
I get
Right?
that.
It's a really, really cool. So there's no more box. There's all possibilities, and there's so many different possibilities for healing, not only with cannabis, but all of the other plant medicines that exist out there, and even including psychedelics.
Right. Right. That's fascinating research going on there as well.
I'm going to throw out a question about psychedelics, and we've already made a reference to the Just Say No era and gateway drug.
Yes.
You know, I'm a talk show host, and I feel like I've educated myself through interviews with people like Sherri and other medical professionals.
Right.
And here we go already, before we've even decriminalized or descheduled cannabis sativa, the plant, and now we're talking about psilocybin. We're talking about mushrooms. And, you know, I get it. It's another plant, another living thing, another thing that we can grow and learn from medicinally, that perhaps each human can interact with that. But I'm not fearful, but I try to stay away from the psilocybin argument, because I believe, let me just argue the cannabis thing first, and then we'll move on to the psilocybin.
I agree. And I totally look at cannabis as like opening up the door for patients and even practitioners to even consider or be curious about other plant medicines that exist. So even with myself, like, you know, my own nursing degree, like as far as adaptogens, Ayurvedic herbs, not even just psychedelic mushrooms, but what about other mushrooms that have these healing potentials with reishi, cordyceps, turkey tail? So you have all of these other substances that you can consume that won't have a psychedelic effect, but also has a medicinal effect and can affect not only your mind, your body, but also your spirit. Right. Fascinating.
So maybe cannabis is a gateway plant.
For research, though.
For other plant-based medicines.
Right. I can see that. Again, you can understand my just kind of, I'd rather focus on, there's so much we don't know.
I see it's an exit drug. I truly see as cannabis, cannabinoids is an exit drug from harmful pharmaceuticals, harmful substances, including alcohol. Truly, I've seen it in my own practice. I've worked with tons of patients.
Absolutely.
You know, merely by the entire fact as to how the plant works in our body and what a patient comes to us who is suffering from addiction. You go back to that umbrella. All the spokes of the umbrella are affected with that patient that has an addiction or that's coming in that wants to get clean. Yes. So you can see how cannabinoids showering on the umbrella, working on their mind, body, and spirit all at the same time, they're going to reach a new level of wellness before they may, you know, quicker. You know, generally what I've seen with cannabinoids and even with patients with addiction is that what is the first thing that happens to them? It brings them hope, right?
True.
So they get hope, and then that hope leads to inspiration. Inspiration means being in spirit, and they're inspired to do something differently. Right. And through the inspiration comes action. And with the action comes growth. And then with the growth comes healing. And healing isn't necessarily the absence of illness or disease, but healing is doing the best you can with what you have right here, right now. And that includes multiple tools. So yes, I see it as an exit drug to harmful substances, pharmaceuticals, and alcohol. That's the long answer.
Janice, can I go back to you just for a second and talk about the plant diet, okay? I have some vegans in my life, sort of, and they are passionate about keeping their plant diet going, and they believe in vegan. Can you walk me through what are some of the pluses and minuses of a vegan plant-based diet?
Wow, there are a lot of people who do very well on a vegan diet, and you can do very well. It's a little bit challenging. I mean, I tried it for a while, and it's challenging. But I have friends who have done it and find that I have a very good friend who's a pianist, and she finds that on a vegan diet, she doesn't have the joint pain that she used to have. So again, it works for a lot of people. it takes a little bit more thought. I mean, people say, well, I'll go on it's like when teenagers go on a vegetarian diet and they stop eating meat and they just eat junk food. You know, that's not the intent of a vegetarian diet. We want you to eat, I mean, everyone should be eating more plants, more vegetables, more fruits, whole grains, you know, close to the earth, as opposed to highly processed foods. Now, processed foods, there are some processed foods that are good. So I don't really like using that word as a dietitian, because I eat canned beans. Those are processed. Okay, that's okay. You know, oats are processed for my oatmeal. So it's the highly processed, high sugar foods that have not as much nutritional value that we try to stay away from. But yeah, vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, flexitarian, really all
fruitarian. I've heard of fruitarians.
Fruitarian, right.
Well,
you know, as long as you're
now,
eating...
hold on a second, because you mentioned high sugar. Now, I eat a lot of fruit. I like dark berries. I like dark grapes. I like blackberries, raspberries, blueberries.
Yes.
I not crave them, but I really like them, okay?
Sure.
But I have that natural sugar tooth.
Right.
And I still have a few teeth.
Good.
Well, I still have a few teeth. Anyway, how do you balance? How do you know how much? Or is it just you got to take a blood test, and if your blood test comes back and it's normal range, you can pretty much continue doing what you're doing? How do you know how much is too much?
You know, I don't worry about the sugar that comes in fruits. I mean, people say, oh, I can't have a sweet potato because it has sugar. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Don't worry about the fruits and the vegetables that have sugar. Worry about the added sugar, the actual sugar that they're, you know, adding to sugar sweetened beverages and things like that. If you're getting sugar from an all natural diet of vegetables and fruits and sweet potatoes and you know, people say, oh, carrots have too much carb. I'm thinking, no, come on, this is all good food. So I really don't worry about the sugar in fruits and vegetables and whole foods.
I agree with you, Janice. And one of the things that when we're teaching about the endocannabinoid systems, we look at different things that downregulate and that aren't supporting the endocannabinoid system. And Janice hit on it. Fast food, fried food, fake food, artificial flavors, artificial colorings, high fructose corn syrup, sugar, trans fat, and hydrogenated oils. There you go. There's the nutshell. Avoid.
Yes. That's why, you know, when people say, well, I'm going to eat gummies and they're artificially colored, artificially flavored, high in sugar, which is inflammatory, I'm thinking, not really the best way to get your medicine, but I know for some people, but there are better gummies that have that aren't artificially colored. I try to avoid the artificial colors and flavors and all of the rest.
I agree.
Well, we all know that it's a green plant that we're talking about, the cannabis sativa plant.
Yes.
And one part of that plant that sometimes gets overlooked in the process of drying and decarboxylation and all this neat stuff that they're extracting from these flower buds now that are coming off the plants are the leaves themselves. Right. Do we have any evidence? Because I know some people who have actually taken the leaves, juiced the leaves, added a little carrot juice to it, and they get tremendous benefits from that. What's your experience with the leaves of the plant, which a lot of times get overlooked?
That's right. And it seems to me such a waste that, and I do understand why dispensaries, they can't be plucking off the leaves and processing them. But I have to say that just yesterday I had my one cannabis plant in my garden amidst the kale and Swiss chard and tomatoes. And yesterday I took off all the fan leaves, the big leaves, and I put them in a food processor and along with a can of coconut milk.
Oh, yum.
And then I put it into an ice cube tray. So now I have ice cubes that are made with coconut milk that have all of the good benefits of the leaves of the cannabis plant. So people say, well, you're not going to get THC or CBD. Well, you're getting some of the raw forms of these cannabinoids, not as much as you do in the bud, but you're getting some, and it's good. I mean, it's delicious. I actually took some of the fan leaves a couple of weeks ago and I dried them Now, Sherri, I don't know if you've ever done anything. I don't know what to do with them now. I have about 10 dried fan leaves.
I have an idea.
Good.
You ever make a guacamole?
Yes.
So what you can do, right, is so the part that's cool is you can chop it up. You know how it's like parsley?
Sure.
You know, like parsley that gets dried.
Yeah.
So I've actually making guacamole and taken the leaves and chopped them up and actually put it right in a guacamole.
Okay.
It's delicious.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I love those tips.
Yeah, and then the fresh leaves, what I've done is I've actually put them, you know, like kale chips, olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic, right on the baking tray, right in the oven, and you pull it out, and it's delicious.
Really? Now I haven't tried that yet. So
Yep.
I guess wash them and dry them really well.
Yep, just wash them in the sink, just put them in a colander, just wash them off, dry them, stick them on a pan. I've got like quite a few pans.
Little olive oil.
Olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic.
Okay, I'll do that next weekend.
Broiler.
A good time for me to give another shameless plug for Wednesday's show. Now, Wednesday's show, we call it Professor Weed Wednesdays because we encourage academics, people perhaps from your John Patrick University group.
Yes.
You know, I know that you're in touch with our production coordinator, Isabel Turner. Any kind of an intro you can give us to other academicians, people who are wicked smart at that school, and we could perhaps interview them. But we've got Sam Cantor from Dinner with Mary's coming on our show, and we will be talking about cooking with cannabis and infused dinners with Sam on Wednesday.
Ooh.
So just thought I'd throw that out there because, you know, we do our Medicinal Mondays, we do our Professor Weed Wednesdays, and then we have the Green Rush, the business of cannabis, on Fridays. So this is what we do. I got a cannabis talk show now. It's pretty amazing to me that I do this now 3 times a week. But I do want to go back to a very serious subject, and it came from our chat room. From one of our regular viewers, Solo Monkey out there, and she wants to talk about the dangers of opioids and how can people, we've all heard the stories. Cannabis has saved my life. I went to the VA and they put me on, 12 different medications or maybe 40 different medications, all opioids. How do people come off those? And is there a guide, and who guides them through that other than Sherri Tutkus?
Well, I'll just tell you my experience. There's a lot of, Dr. Sulak has a really cool guide that's free on his website.
Yes.
But in my experience of working with multiple different patients, you have to take a customizable approach. Like everyone's different, just like your endocannabinoid system is different. Our cannabinoid requirements change over time as we change, depending upon what we're doing or not doing in our lives. So how I work with patients and clinicians is when a patient wants to come off of opioids, I generally have them do that with their primary care provider or the provider that has prescribed those. And then as a nurse, we work with that patient to bridge the gap from what they're not getting from that pharmaceutical and think of other creative ways to manage pain. Oftentimes, what we do is cannabinoids and opioids are coagonists. They work in synergy together. And oftentimes when a patient is taking a narcotic, we'll have them take a cannabinoid, whatever the cannabinoid is that we've decided together based on our conversation. And so they'll take the cannabinoid with the opioid. And then generally what happens is it extends the relief. It's like it's an extended relief. The opioid lasts longer, right? It lasts longer. And generally what happens is over time, their doses start to decrease. So it's really, really fascinating. It's totally a unique approach. There are different methodologies that you can use. Whole plant, in my experience, works the best. A lot of times, what I'm found in my experience is that patients that are coming off need more CBD than THC. It's just my own personal experience, but like I said, everyone's different. And so there are ways to do it. It's very safe. My favorite story of all is the story of a nun. I've been taking care of a nun for almost 3 years. When I first started taking care of her, she was on 200 micrograms of fentanyl, plus a whole host of other things. So just imagine that much fentanyl. 200 mics of fentanyl can put someone to sleep in surgery for at least an hour, completely out. And fentanyl, that high dose, has killed people. So just this little tiny nun that was taking this, over the course of over almost 2 years, about a year and 10 months, we were able to get her off of all of her fentanyl. Doctor did the decreasing of the opioid. We bridged the gap. providing different combinations, suggestions for the patient to purchase. So it's a fascinating concept. It works. It totally works.
Absolutely.
But it requires ongoing coaching and education and really teaching the patient to pay attention to their body, you know, instead of saying, "Oh, I need cannabis." Oh, right? It's just, it's about behavior modification, really tapping into all different areas of health, not just the plant. But the plant has been pivotal in helping so many different patients come off of opioids and narcotics. Fascinating.
And the research shows that states that have medical cannabis programs have 25 to 30% decrease in opioid overdose deaths. So if you can supplement, I mean, that's the thing, if you can introduce cannabis therapy, you can decrease the dose of the opioids. It doesn't mean that one day you're taking a high dose of opioids and then you just substitute cannabis. You can introduce the cannabis and then you can lower your dose. I mean, some people can get off the opioids entirely. Some people might still need a little bit of opioid therapy, but together, you know, you sort of figure out what that sweet spot is. And that's why it's important to work with someone like Sherri or someone who understands this and can help you.
Fantastic. And there's another opioid out there. I'm not even sure if it's an opioid. I'll pledge my ignorance. It's not an opioid, but it's another drug. It's methadone. How do you, can cannabis help people?
Sure.
Suboxone? What's the Suboxone is another one I'm getting from the chat room.
Yes.
So talk
it requires dedication. It requires dedication. It requires a patient to look at multiple different things. I always get back to cannabis is not the end all be all.
Right.
So when you're coming off of pharmaceuticals, you have to look at everything that you're doing and not just rely on one thing. Like just, you know, for example, like we said, if we go back to the whole umbrella concept and how every spoke in the umbrella is one of our different organ systems and immune system. So if you look at that, you want to think about what is going on in my body besides that drug, besides consuming that opioid or that narcotic. What else am I feeling in my body? What is going on in my different organ systems? And so you have to look at the total healthcare, the whole body, the whole patient, the whole approach. And then, you know, like depending upon what the patient's goals are. So as nurses, I always try to make it, it's not about me, it's about you. What's important to you and how do you want to live your life? What are your goals? Some patients' goals are to come off of it all. Some patients' goals are to cut it in half. Some patients' goals are whatever the goal may be. That's our job as a clinician, is to help those patients reach those goals, that new level of wellness. Take my ego out of it. It's not about me. It is about the patient, right? And how can we help them get to that point in time in their lives where they feel comfortable to make a change?
Great.
Janice, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Okay. Diet percentage versus cannabis percentage or CBD use. And I know it's everybody's different and everybody reacts differently, but how much of a percent, if you have inflammation in your body, not that I'm talking from experience here, but I'm talking from experience.
Okay.
How do you actually, how can you look at someone like myself with all this inflammation in his body and say, okay, you need to do more CBD, you need to do more CBN, or you need to eliminate all those processed sugars from your diet, no sweet tooth for you. What's the most impactful advice there?
It's a little bit of everything. It's not one thing. It's about lifestyle. It's about managing stress. It's about mindfulness. It's about decreasing the excessive added sugar. You know, there's nothing wrong with having a little, you know, piece of chocolate or a sweet. And people say, oh, I can't have anything. That's not true. You just need to cut back on those added sugars. Now, if you're drinking, Jimmy, if you say I'm drinking 3 Cokes a day or 3 Pepsis, okay, no.
But I'll drink orange juice in the morning every morning. I love my orange. And I
drink orange juice every single morning.
Yeah,
calcium fortified orange juice every morning.
Good.
And again, that's an example of a sugar that's coming with a lot of other good stuff. So no problem with that.
I certainly embrace the sugar and the good stuff, but it's the moderation is such an important word, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
It's
Yes,
about
you
moderation.
are absolutely right. Moderation.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate with that. I'm
Good.
gonna challenge you guys just a little bit. So everything in moderation except for rat poison. We wouldn't want to be taking. You're gonna think of stuff that, black box warnings, right?
Yep.
So everything in moderation, depending upon what it is, perception.
Right.
All right. Well, so Janice, you want to give another plug to your book again?
Well, it's not even out yet, but it'll be out in the next week or two. It's called Simple Guide to CBD, and I really wrote it for my clients and for people who need that basic background. What I tell people every time I meet with them: what is the endocannabinoid system? What is CBD? Does it work better with other cannabinoids and terpenes in the plant? Yes. Is whole plant better than an isolate? Heck yes. How do you know how much to take? How do you know what it might treat? Does it work for everybody? How do you cook with it? How do you incorporate it into your daily lifestyle? So that's it. It's Simple Guide to CBD, fact, fiction, and a path forward. And hopefully it'll be out in the next week or so. It's going through final edits. I'm just waiting for my designer to get me the final version.
Well, there
Congratulations, Janice. That's so exciting. And I
thank
can't
you.
wait to promote your book.
And thank you so much for joining us on this Monday afternoon. And I look forward to further conversations. As I say to everyone, you're always welcome on a show like this, because I think we all have something to learn from people like yourself that have such depth of knowledge. So again, truthfully, thankfully, I appreciate your appearance today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
All right, so we have another guest that's already on hold with us, but I've got to ask my studio director, can we take a quick break and then bring in that person? Yes, we can. All right, we're going to take a quick break. It's a shameless plug. It's kind of a proof of performance of what we've been doing in the last 6 to 8 months here on Pro Cannabis Media. And then when we come back, we will talk with Dr. Carlie Bell Biggins. And I look forward to that. Don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, hello there. Here we are again, another live stream from the new studio of Pro Cannabis Media. This is Cannabis Chat, and I'm Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to review some of the biggest stories in the cannabis industry. He and I talk about them. We have a few comments, and then we get reports from Canada, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And this week's no different, Jimmy. We finally have Vermont moving toward recreational cannabis with retail opening in their state. We have an old state and a new state, Colorado and Illinois, both setting cannabis sales records in July, as well as multiple efforts to legalize the cannabis plant in America, including our friend Steve D'Angelo getting involved.
But first, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York to check on the financial weed scene. Deborah?
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. Well, things seem to keep going the wrong way for Charlotte's Web.
Whoa, Jimmy Young, in the weeds on the water this week. We've got the CEO of Kushko, Nick Kovacevic, with me. This guy has built his little company in 6 years from $2 billion in sales to $145 million in sales.
We can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe, but it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change.
I think you guys are the pro cannabis story.
And I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jody Roberts with Eastern Security Safe, and I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Laura Beener. I'm the president and co-founder of The Healing Rose, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. It's been such an integral part of our success here at The Healing Rose.
And you know what? The best media company out there is Pro Cannabis Media. Look out for them. They'll make you famous.
Hi, I'm George, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. I also love Western Mass Hydroponics, where we've got everything you need from seed to bloom to bud, and then to smoke it afterwards.
Cannabis Chat for Monday afternoon. We call it Medicinal Mondays here in our studios at Pro Cannabis Media, just outside of the Boston, Massachusetts area. Sherri Tutkus, our friend, the Green Nurse, is with us, and now we want to welcome in Dr. Carlie Bell Biggins. She is a licensed naturopathic physician and a cannabis educator with an expertise in holistic, complementary, and plant-based medicine. There is a theme in today's Cannabis Chat, and I welcome you, Dr. Carlie Bell. Good to see you.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Thanks for having me, Jimmy.
Everybody has the journey. Everybody has a cannabis story. How in the world did you get introduced to the cannabis plant and all of its wonders?
Well, a great question, Jimmy. So, yes, I have my story as well. And so essentially, I, obviously being a naturopathic physician, I have a history in plant-based medicine and just naturally have studied the plant, the endocannabinoid system. And actually on LinkedIn, a few years back, Dr. Levery Davidson, she is the president of and the owner of the Houston Academy of Cannabis Science. She reached out to me on LinkedIn and wanted me to come in and teach a course at the Academy about the endocannabinoid system. I decided to go on and become a guest lecturer there. And from there, I just started to get invited to various cannabis conferences and conventions, which led to me speaking at various dispensaries around Houston area as well, just teaching about the medicinal benefits of cannabis, all my pharmacist friends that own dispensaries in the city, and eventually turned into me developing my own CBD line. And so it's just kind of been quite the journey.
Indeed, sounds like it. And a lot of people from the holistic community are getting into the whole CBD craze. But as I've been educated by people like Sherri Tutkus, Alyssa Merrill from flowerandtonic.com, there are hundreds other chemicals in this cannabis plant. Why does CBD and THC seem to dominate the discussion?
Well, I think that's because it is what the media's kind of grabbed a hold onto, and also because what we have the most research on. We know that there's 113 different phytocannabinoids within the plant. And so we have 111 other great cannabinoids, along with things like the flavonoids and the terpenes that are also there. And so CBD and THC are just two of them. And I think it's really because there is the abundance of research around those two particular cannabinoids.
And those cannabinoids too are the most abundant in the plant. THC and CBD are the two most abundant cannabinoids.
And yet they're still discovering new ones. And our next guest at 5:30 is going to talk about CBG. And that's a new letter in the alphabet to me as far as adding it inside the, extracting it from the cannabis plant. How, I don't even know where to go with this next question. How do we ever find out the limit to the chemicals in the cannabis plant, or are we constantly discovering new chemicals?
Well, I think we are constantly discovering. I think especially once we in the United States of America have the plant off of Schedule 1 and the institutions are able to receive funding around research on the plant, and more institutions are able to grow various strains of the plant, then I think we'll really begin to see a deeper dive into everything that this plant has to offer. I definitely believe there's more that we do not know than that has actually already been discovered. And so I think there's a whole world of research waiting around the cannabis plant, and it's a very exciting time to be in the industry and see everything that's going to come out of the new institutions that are going to be researching the phytocannabinoids.
There you go. One of the other things that we've talked about earlier on the show was synthetic cannabis. You know, there's a big fear amongst the holistic community, I believe, the growers, that the big pharma group is going to come in here and swoop up everybody, and then they're going to control the whole market, and there's that big pharma fear. Where do you think the future lies as far as control of this substance, this weed, this plant that you can actually grow in your backyard and enjoy?
Exactly. Well, you know, I think it's kind of going to be a little bit of both. I definitely believe that big pharma and a lot of the larger institutions that have the funds to be able to dominate and put their products in various stores around the country very easily. I think that we'll see a lot of that. They already have kind of those mechanisms in place, right? Mm-hmm. That organization where they are able to be able to dispense very easily. But I also think that we're very interested in kind of the mom and pop people who will be able to provide the plant as well, because remember, like you said, we can grow it in our own backyards, especially depending on what state it is that you live in. So right. I think that there's going to be an interest in small businesses being able to still have a piece of the pie, especially with the history of cannabis and all of the social issues that surround it. I think it's something that's very much in the forefront of many conversations around the plant, ensuring that people that have been disenfranchised, especially around the plant, have an opportunity to be able to have a part in the industry. And so I think cannabis industry is unique in that way. And I think many of the leaders in the industry are going to ensure that people of various economic levels are able to have, be able to play and have a piece of the pie when it comes to cannabis.
Totally agree with you.
I want to ask about testing of CBD and regulations of CBD. We've seen some horrific infighting in Washington, D.C. about whose responsibility it's going to be to handle hemp and CBD versus the THC cannabis, also known as marijuana. I don't like to use the M word, but are you one? Do you have a CBD product? You have the Dr. Carlie brand, right?
Yeah, so the Dr. Carlie is the brand, and Monaco Natural Health Solutions is the name of the business, and I have the Monaco CBD under the Dr. Carlie brand. Yes.
And do you encourage? Do you want your products tested before they hit the market? How much regulation do you really need or want in order to keep people away from the, let's just say, I don't want to say illegal, but I'm going to say the not regulated products that are available at gas stations and convenience stores that have CBD in them?
Absolutely. I think it's critical that we have testing. I think I always encourage people, they say, how can I really distinguish a reputable CBD product? You have to have that certificate of analysis report so that you are able to see not only that it's pesticide free and it's microbe free, but also the percentages of the cannabinoids and maybe the other phytochemicals, some tests for those as well that are present in the plant. Because, for example, if you have someone taking what they believe is a broad spectrum, and then it has THC in it, once they read the certificate of analysis report, then they may have some surprises, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's important that we have that, but just in general, I actually just interviewed attorney Andrea Steele. She's a cannabis attorney with the director and co-chair of the cannabis business team at the Coates Rose law firm. And I just interviewed her for my podcast, and it's very interesting what's going on right now. We're actually in the state of Texas, but they practice nationwide. Their firm is nationwide. And one of the things she talks about is the number of regulatory agencies that kind of really have their hand in the pot regarding oversight for cannabis, including hemp. And so we have the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we have the DEA, you have Health and Human Services. And so there's so many different bodies that are regulating, and really depending on the state that you live in, it's going to look very different. So for example, in Texas, just in August of 2020, the state has passed a law where distributors and manufacturers need to be licensed. They actually go through an FBI fingerprint background check, and retailers have to be registered. And so this just happened about 2 months ago. And so it's important to stay abreast of what's going on legally. And actually in Texas, the commissioner, Sid Miller of the Texas Department of Agriculture, he's actually growing acres of hemp himself. And Texas is very excited about our new hemp program. We're now able to grow hemp in the state of Texas. We're now approaching our first harvest season. And so we have a lot of hemp farmers that are excited about the new regulations as well. So tons of things going on around the legal space with cannabis and testing.
Yeah. And I'm not very confident that the FDA, DEA, USADA, that would be the agriculture group, they're all pointing fingers at each other to say, you're going to handle this. No, I don't want to handle this. You're going to handle this. No, I'm going to handle it. No, you're going to handle this. I mean, and we don't need to get into the whole leadership thing, but I'm not sure how much I want the federal government involved in the regulation of the infusion of CBD into products. However, I do recognize the importance of some regulation. So I don't know if, I don't know how it's all going to turn out, to be honest with you. I mean, Sherri, you have any insight on what you think might happen with this?
I don't have any insight on what I think might happen, but I have insight on what I would like to see.
Go ahead, tell us. Go ahead.
Honestly, I think that medical professionals who are actually working with patients, working with the plant, making recommendations, doing certifications, following patients, and looking at not only good outcomes, but bad outcomes, taking all of that, why not have the medical professionals have the capability of making decisions? I think there needs to be a medical board, honestly, compromising not only doctors and nurses, but other integrative functional health practitioners that do have expertise in this plant and do have the say and do understand how it works and know, based on, how I educate and work with patients, knowing like the extraction method, what is it emulsified in, the different parts of the plant, having the ability to look at every single aspect of production, seed to sale, and have a program where you can actually rate it or grade it and have medical professionals have that capability of doing it. I'm just going to brag for the nurses. Nurses have been the most trusted profession for 18 years in a row. We don't sugarcoat anything. We're very honest. We're very transparent. We're really real. And we care about our patients. Not only am I coming from a clinician standpoint, but I'm coming from a patient standpoint. I'm a patient. I'm not only just a nurse, a cannabis nurse, I'm a cannabis patient, advocate, and activist. And so I've been down that road. And my biggest truth and story was this. It took me 2 years to figure out how to make cannabis work for me. I would have paid someone to help me to get there quicker, right? And so the nurses, the doctors, the medical professionals, Dr. Carlie, we all have our different expertise and coming together as a group to make decisions on what is best for patients, providers, and the market, I think is invite us in, because I'll tell you what, we will make it fair and we will look at both sides of the coin for sure.
Dr. Carlie, you talked, I'm reading your bio here, and as someone who is a naturopath and all that, it does say that all great healers spend some time in the desert. Exactly how does that work? And if you're from the Northeast, there isn't a lot of desert around here in the Northeast, let's just say. Where would you go? Would you want to spend some time down in Arizona or Nevada where there is desert, or even in Palm Desert in California?
Absolutely. Or even maybe travel over to Africa and spend some time in the desert there, right? Yeah. That's just something that when I started school in Arizona, naturopathic medical school, that's something that we talked about quite a bit. And various professors would talk to us about, you guys are in the desert. It's a healing place. It's a place where many people come to heal and where a lot of healers come to learn how to heal. And so it was kind of ingrained as a part of a culture around the naturopathic education that, we were in the place where true healing comes. If you think about the story of the Phoenix, right? And that's the example of the ultimate healing power of the desert. And so I just like to carry on that tradition.
Love that. I am a person who has had quite a few, let's say, major surgeries in the last 20 years. And it always seems to be a last resort. When I get to the point and I go through all my Western medicine checklists, and then it's always, you know what, I still have pain. I need to go see an acupuncturist, an Eastern medicine person. So the balance of the West and the East is someone, I'm guessing, who's more concerned with the herb side, the Eastern side, the cause, finding the cause and healing the cause as opposed to treating the symptom, right? Isn't that pretty much what you're shaking your head? That's good. Okay, so the question is, are people becoming more accepting of naturopathic, homeopathic medicine?
Absolutely. People are becoming more accepting of it, and patients are demanding it, which is very interesting. And, I tell people all the time, time and place. As a naturopathic physician, I'm actually trained in conventional medicine as well as holistic medicine. And so if someone comes to me and they need a beta blocker, they may need a beta blocker, they may need an antibiotic. But if they come to me and they have heartburn, more than likely 10 times out of 10, they will not get a proton pump inhibitor, right? We're going to address that in a more natural way so we don't decrease their stomach acid. And now they have problems digesting their food properly. So it's really, everything is in the toolbox. It's what's going to be best for the patient. And what's interesting is that you're also seeing a lot of conventionally trained practitioners, MDs in particular, that are starting to come towards holistic medicine as well. A perfect example is my practice. The medical director is an MD. He's a critical care emergency room physician, been so for the past 25 years. And so he's doing that by day, but kind of by night, or his what he's transitioning into is developing this holistic practice where we're offering IV nutrient therapy. He has me on the provider team, a naturopathic physician. He owns the gym next door. So we have the fitness component there. We have all of these holistic nutritionists, et cetera. And so I asked him, I said, hey, you're this, critical care ER physician. How did you transition into this? Because I see quite a few MDs kind of making that transition. And he said, just being that person where people get to where they come to once they've had a heart attack or a stroke, and asking me what could I have done, to prevent this, or what could I have done to help my loved one? He said, I want to be on the preventative side, and so this is where I want to kind of spend the rest of my career, helping people avoid getting to the point where they have to come see me in the emergency room, and so, yes, I think not only are patients more accepting, but I also think conventional medical practitioners are becoming more accepting and realizing that naturopathic medicine really is the star of prevention. And we know that prevention is better than cure.
Sherri, you were nodding your head to pretty much the whole statement there.
Yeah.
You want to add to that at all? Because I know you interact with what I would call more traditional MDs, and I know that you've also had, not some battles, but some disagreements, enlightenment.
Challenging moments.
Challenging moments is a great way. That's a great euphemism. Can you provide us with a little anecdote and maybe an insight or two?
Well, I mean, I even just look at nursing in general, right? So just look at nursing. I would call it cannabis nursing is, I'm going to change the shift, naturopathic nursing, right? So cannabis nursing incorporates not only cannabinoid therapeutics, but traditional medicine as well. So cannabis nursing, we look at bridging the gap from what people aren't getting from traditional medicine. And the other thing that we look at too, which is a little bit different, is we look at that, we follow this nursing theory called Watson's nursing theory, which is based on transpersonal psychology and also Eastern medicine. So Western medicine looks at body parts, looks at disease processes, body parts. Eastern, right, looks at whole person, total health care. And generally, the Eastern philosophy taps into more spiritual principles. So what are we seeing today? When we talk about biopsychosocial spiritual, generally as traditional caregivers, we're focused on the body parts, the symptoms. And then if we're lucky, we get to the mental, emotional, psychological part of the healing. And then if we're really, really lucky, we get to that spiritual part. So we were reversing it. As nurses, we're tapping into that spiritual part first, because a lot of times when patients come to see us, they come to see us as the last ditch effort where nothing has worked. They're giving up. Their clinicians are giving up. And so what cannabis does for them, it brings them hope. And hope is completely 100% spiritual. It's a feeling, and they have hope. And then that hope, as I talk about, brings them inspiration. And when you're inspired, you're in spirit, and you have those messages that are coming in that are inspiring you to take action. So hope, inspiration for growth. Growth happens as you take action to make a difference, to do something different. And then healing ultimately happens because you're incorporating mind, body, spirit, multiple different tools. And like I said before, healing isn't the absence of illness or disease. It's doing the best you can with what you have right here, right now. So with traditional caregivers, what I'm finding most is they can't help it because they want it so badly for their patients, is the ego comes in. And when the ego comes in, oftentimes what happens is we judge. And our minds are constantly judging machines, and there is no room for judgment with patient care. So how do you get out of judgment? You get rid of your ego. Well, you can't have an ego-ectomy. So what do? You tap into spiritual principles. You tap into your patient. You have that connection. What is important to you, and how do you want to live your life? So it's a totally different type of approach. And so what my education with patients is that I know you're doing the best with what you can right here and right now, but it's not enough. There are so many patients that are suffering. The majority of the nurses that come into the cannabis space are also patients. And so we know that there's another way, and our passion drives us to bring this to other clinicians and health professionals. That was a lot.
That was a lot. But Dr. Carlie, the other thing that I'm always amazed at, and Sherri knows this, I think, about me, women are playing a huge role on so many fronts, advocating for either their parents or their children in this cannabis medicinal space. And I know Sherri mentioned ego, and I immediately go with, oh, it's probably a guy, because guys have very fragile egos. And they just, again, I'm being generalistic here, I admit it, okay? But I'm amazed at the drive that females have in the cannabis space. And I wonder if you're seeing the same kind of thing when people come to you. Is it normally a mother that comes to you? Or you tell me.
Regarding patients?
Yeah.
Coming? Oh, yes. Actually, I would say that it's probably equal men, women that come to me. Okay. I get a lot of arthritis patients. But I do get a lot of anxiety and depression patients as well. And so I think I see a balance there, but within the industry, we see a great movement of women in the cannabis industry space as well. And so it's really interesting to see. I'm even a part of some women in cannabis groups. And we're really helping to encourage one another and telling one another stories as moms. Was actually just featured on the Canna Mom show, where she specifically speaks to moms who work within the cannabis industry. Joyce Gerber. So it's I think patient-wise, it's pretty balanced from what I've seen coming to me in my patient base. And then within the industry, we have tons of great men like yourself and great women like Nurse Sherri as well, who are just really bringing this industry to the forefront and putting the issues in front of the public and the politicians that we need to be talking about.
Absolutely. Dr. Carlie Bell Biggins, thank you so much. You're in Houston. How do people find out about the Dr. Carlie brand?
Yes, they can go to drcarlie.com. And you'll be able to see everything about Dr. Carlie right there.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. And just a reminder, that name, that Canamom was a great nickname I gave Joyce. Let's just say I named that show. I don't know if she'll let me admit that, but that's the truth. And it is a small cannabis world, isn't it, Sherri?
It is.
It is.
I was on her
Well,
show
I love-
too.
I love the name you gave.
Yeah, there you go. I do too. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for
again
having
joining
me.
us. Appreciate it. There you go. There
Thank
goes
you,
been a
Dr.
pleasure.
Carlie. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
all
It's
you
been a
do.
pleasure.
Oh my goodness, that was funny, and I know there are people out there laughing right now.
I can't
Okay, so Sherri, with that beautiful smile of yours, we have
Are we
one
still
more
live?
person that we are going to talk to, but I do want to take our last break before Dr. Roy Lipski joins us. Oh, there's his ding dong. So we can take a break, get a little video lesson from our friends from cannabis.net, and then we'll come back with another doctor, right? Isn't that true?
Another doctor. That's
We
it.
got
Dr.
Roy
Doctor.
Lipski coming on. Actually, I'm not sure he's a doctor. We may make him a doctor, though.
We'll make him a
that'll be coming
doctor.
up next. Don't go away.
Our program is People in Jazz, and today our man in jazz is Wes Montgomery.
Oh, that's okay. Whatever it takes, Sherri, whatever it takes. We want to welcome in our next guest. His name is Roy Lipski, and he is a California-based founder of Creo. Now, Creo is a biotech, but I'm going to let Roy Lipski explain exactly what Creo does. Roy, thank you so much for joining us, and tell us a little bit about your company.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for having me. So Creo is a biotechnology company. We are an ingredient supplier of rare cannabinoids. Our vision is to enable cannabinoids to touch every household for the benefit of everyone. We are working to bring a rare supply of cannabinoids to market that doesn't do unnecessary harm to the planet.
Okay, and here's the thing. Now, most of the world, we're still fighting this stigma on a regular basis. Some people are more enlightened than others when it comes to the cannabis plant. I'm certainly well familiar with the entourage effect and THC and CBT, the CBD, the two main ingredients in the cannabis sativa plant. Oh, we had a little issue with the audio. Okay, Roy, apologize, if you will, that we may have had a little problem with your audio. So if you could, please give us the elevator pitch about Creo again, if you don't mind.
Good. Well, thank you for a second chance. Hopefully I'll do it better than last time.
It wasn't your fault. It was. By the way, we don't use the word fault around here. It's just life's journey, okay? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks for a second chance. So Creo is a biotechnology company. We use a fermentation process to produce rare cannabinoids such as CBG or CBGA. Our mission is to enable access to these rare cannabinoids to every household and do so in a way that does less harm to the planet.
There you go. We'd love that. And good. So rare cannabinoids, how do you discover them? How do you find them in this plant? I mean, you have somebody that's actually, looking through each bud. I don't get, how is the research found for these new rare cannabinoids?
So there's a lot of research that has been done over the years, and I think over 100 different cannabinoids have already been identified as naturally occurring in the cannabis plant. The issue really is that they are present in very small quantities. And so being able to explore the benefits of these cannabinoids and develop product for people to use with these cannabinoids is not practical if you are relying on these small quantities in the plant to get those cannabinoids. And that's really what we were set up to solve, is to unleash the potential of these rare cannabinoids that at the moment are not really, the potential of which is not really being fully realized yet.
Gotcha.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Sherri.
So the cannabinoids that you're creating, are they synthetic?
No. So the process that we deploy is fermentation. Mm-hmm. It's the same process that we've been using to make some of our favorite foods and drinks: alcohol, wine, cheese, bread. We have used this natural process to produce cannabinoids that are literally identical to what you get from the plant.
We like that as nurses, especially if you can, duplicate it. So that's the part that's so interesting, is I feel that there's something for everyone in this industry and space. So whether you're a small cultivator, craft, cannabinologist that's providing products, but if you want something that's sustainable, if you want to, I truly see this as evolving so patients can have, I look at it as apothecary, custom formulations with the different various cannabinoids depending upon what their body needs, whether it be genetics or DNA. I mean, I truly see this as evolving into a place where that type of service is going to be so beneficial, especially with custom formulation, because through my experience as nursing, I have seen that patients' cannabinoid requirements change over time as they change. Right?
Well, absolutely. The ability to have a consistent supply of ingredients allows formulators to create consistent formulas that have therefore predictable and consistent results.
Exactly. Love that.
Can you walk me through the fermentation process of this and how you go about extracting or taking these special cannabinoids out and isolating them?
Sure. So Fermentation is basically the growing of a microorganism such as yeast or bacterium in a broth. I mean, it is like brewing. You put your microbe in, you feed it typically with sugar, keep it at a certain temperature, give it air, stir it around, and at the end of your fermentation, you have a soup. And within that soup, you have your cannabinoid of interest. And then there is a process that's required to isolate and purify the cannabinoid from that soup. But it's, I would say, relatively easier than having to extract it from the plant, because in the plant, you have so many different compounds that are very, very similar. And so you're having to separate them from each other, which is quite difficult. Whereas in this fermentation process, the cannabinoid that you're making is very, very different from the sugars and fatty acids and whatever that are naturally in that broth, that separating it is an easier process, and it allows you to get to very high purities as well.
Okay. Go ahead.
There's
Sherri,
something
you don't
that
have
just
to raise
popped.
your hand. You can just
I
jump
know.
in.
I'm like, so there's something that just like popped into my head. So could the fermentation process be like an analogy? Do you know how you make kombucha?
Yes.
You have that symbiotic patty of bacteria and yeast that floats in tea, and you feed it sugar. And over time, it creates the metabolic processes. You know, this kombucha creates these enzymes and probiotics and other types of ingredients that are beneficial to our health. Is that kind of like the same thing with fermentation as you're talking about?
Well, making kombucha is an example of fermentation.
Fermentation. There you go. All right. So I'm on the right track.
Well, no, absolutely. And as I said, we've evolved with fermentation throughout human history.
Yes.
It's how we've made some of the favorite and tastiest foods. And indeed, you know, all of the alcoholic drinks that we consume are made by fermentation of sugar.
So I have another question too. So after this fermentation process, you're able to extract in more accuracy the molecule of that particular cannabinoid that you're producing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's really cool.
And I mean, obviously there's kind of like a whole technology layer to it, which I don't want to necessarily get too involved in, but the important point about this is that we are able to create an abundant supply of these very rare cannabinoids, and that will help unleash their potential. And CBG, for example, is the first one that we've been working on. We call it, sometimes it's known as the mother cannabinoid. We like to call it the skin cannabinoid because it has some really special and exciting benefits for skincare.
And I've also experienced a lot of health benefits with patients that have digestive issues, colon cancer, irritable bowel syndrome,
Absolutely,
irritable bowel disorder, a lot of gastrointestinal disorders. I've seen patients benefit huge from CBG combinations for sure.
I agree.
Including myself.
Good to know. It's I see that as part of the skin applications. It's just your internal skin, so to speak, the lining of your digestive system, etc.
Yes.
Now, as one who does not have a chemistry degree, okay, and I have, you know, you guys are using terms that are sometimes the first time I've heard them even being used. I do want to go back thousands of years. They've been using this plant for thousands of years as a medicine. They did not have the technology that we have in the 21st century now. How in the world were they able to understand which, you know, plant different combination with? I mean, they couldn't dictate the DNA of the plant in 2,000 years ago, but they were able to mix it up and make magical medicine out of it. And here we are in the 21st century with the technology and identifying new chemicals in a plant that hasn't been studied as much as, you know, has had certainly thousands of years ago, they couldn't study it. They just used it. So I guess the question is, can the technology of today, is it making it easier for companies like yours to extract these chemicals and find out exactly what they do and then perhaps maximize their effect? Is that what's going on?
Absolutely. So I think the science and technology that we have today allows us to probe what it is about the plant that has these benefits. And, you know, we've narrowed it down to kind of two classes of compounds, cannabinoids and terpenes. Terpenes are found throughout the plant kingdom. A terpene is what makes pines smell of pines and lemons smell of lemons, etc. But cannabinoids are almost unique to the cannabis plant. They're what makes cannabis really special. And that's the class of compounds that people have really been focused on to try and tease out what's happening and how can we improve it. And that has led to an enormous amount of insight into how we human beings operate. So I don't know if you have a couple of minutes, but let me kind of share with you this quick journey.
Go ahead.
So you know, THC was the first cannabinoid to get isolated from cannabis plant, and this is a cannabinoid we know that, you know, has a psychoactive effect. And then through studying why cannabinoids have these effects on us and on animals, etc., we discovered that actually the body has receptors to which cannabinoids bind, and we call them endocannabinoid receptors. And what we found is that these receptors are present on almost every single cell in our body. And as you start looking into this, these receptors go back a long way in the evolutionary tree. So animals have had these endocannabinoid receptors for millions and millions of years. And people then said, well, what are these things doing? And we discovered that the body makes its own cannabinoids. We call them endocannabinoids. And so now we're beginning to understand that the cannabinoids in the plant are actually interacting with our endocannabinoid system in the way that our own natural cannabinoids interact with them. Now, here is an interesting aspect to all of this. Human beings have evolved with cannabinoids in their environment. In fact, we believe that the kind of plants that were around millions of years ago, cannabinoids were much more common than they are today. And so an interesting idea is that actually we have co-evolved with cannabinoids, just like dogs have co-evolved with humans. And because of this co-evolution, we actually need a certain amount of cannabinoids from the environment for our natural health.
Wow. That was great. And by the way, we still have plenty more time if you want to go into it some more, because this is...
Well, it makes sense. I mean, you think about the hemp that was grown hundreds and hundreds of years. It was in our diet, plant-based diet. You know, the animals were eating the hemp, you know, and then we would eat the animals. So you can just think at the turn of the century with the Marijuana Tax Act and all of it becoming banned, right? The turn of the century where alcohol prohibition ended, the food industry started to take off. You know, the creating of trans fat to prolong shelf life of food, the evolution of pharmaceuticals. So, you know, cannabis was taken away, and then all of these things that don't support and nourish the endocannabinoid system were brought into our lives. And you can see over the course of time the trajectory of illness and sickness because of what we've done, the Industrial Revolution, starting with the paper industry and then the food industry and then the pharmaceutical industry. So it truly, I can see, you know, and then you get into that whole thing as a medical professional, the endocannabinoid deficiency. So we're not producing enough of our own internal endogenous cannabinoids. And why is that? Why is that? Because it's been taken away.
Well, right. And I think what's really interesting, I agree with what you've been saying. I think what's really interesting is that you know, many people don't realize that from a biological point of view, we are identical to people that lived 50, 100,000 years ago. Evolution doesn't work on very short time spans. Now, of course, we have more knowledge, we have more technology, we have personal hygiene and haircuts and all that kind of stuff. But fundamentally, our bodies are the same as they were 100,000 years ago. The big difference is, though, that the environment that we live in today versus the environment that we lived in the past, and indeed the environment in which we evolved for the 2 million years that Homo sapiens have been around, is very, very different to the environment we live in today. And as a result of that, there's a mismatch between our biology and the environment that we put our biology into today. And I believe that mismatch is responsible for a lot of the modern age ailments that people suffer from. And so part of the answer is, how can we recreate some of those natural environmental conditions in our modern life?
Right. It's funny, when I first got into this, when I first started this company, one of the first blogs I wrote about, after I learned more and more about the endocannabinoid system, talking to more and more doctors, and now I understood the history of what happened in 1937, and the blog was about the wrong drug got prohibited in 1937. Imagine if it was alcohol that maintained its prohibition then, and they kept the medicinal cannabis plant still in our world and in our society. And then all of a sudden, in the latest, let's say in the last 4 years, with this green wave, and people are recognizing that there's actually medicinal qualities here. Imagine trying to sell the public on alcohol now. It'd be tough, right?
Yeah. Right.
It would be tough, especially when you know that alcohol is toxic to all 11 organ systems in our immune system, where cannabis supports.
And cannabis, it's like the polar opposite, right? I mean,
complete. Not even in the same universe.
But we all sit here and recognize that the benefits are certainly far superior to something that God gave us naturally than what we can create in the back room with potatoes, or however the heck they go about with their own little alcohol making stills that they used to make back in that day. It says that you're going to disrupt the industry. How are you going to try and do that, Roy?
Thank you. Well, so if we look back to our vision, we want to make cannabinoids available in every household. Every human has access to and will have the benefits of these compounds. And in order to achieve that, the industry has to go from where it is today, which is, it's come by leaps and bounds, but in order to really achieve mass market penetration, it needs to move into large scale consumer products. Just for example, there was a great bit of research done in Europe not so long ago that showed that cannabinoids were actually better at reducing plaque than some of the leading toothpastes. Now that is an example. For cannabinoids to be used in toothpaste, a few things need to happen. Now there's obviously education, there is research, but also the cannabinoid ingredients have to be available in a form that big companies are able to formulate mass market products with. And that form is consistency, reliability of supply, scale, and price stability. They can't afford to have volatility of price. And in order to enable that for the rarer cannabinoids, that is not available today because of the issues that are with making them available from the plant. So we're bridging that gap. We're making rare cannabinoids available in the way that large companies need them in order to develop, market, and sell products with those rare cannabinoids.
You know, in general, a lot of people I talk to in this industry fear what's going to happen when it goes legal and big pharma comes in. But it sounds like that's part of your exit strategy, Roy, that you do embrace the day when big pharma will come along and want to mass produce your rare cannabinoids that you've discovered. Is that accurate?
So let's be clear on a few things. Firstly, I don't think that what we're trying to do will replace the plant. I believe there is an important role for the plant, but in a way, we're talking about two different products. The plant is a cocktail of a lot of natural ingredients, like when you drink a cup of coffee. Different coffee, different blends have different flavors. You are consuming it because you want that cocktail of compounds. And that cannot easily be replicated by science or fermentation or synthesis. You have to grow the plant to get that unique mixture of compounds and flavors, etc. But then there is another side of the market where really cannabinoids are just an ingredient. In the same way as sugar is an ingredient in drinks, cannabinoids will be an ingredient in a toothpaste or in a facial cream or whatever. And for those mass market applications, you need the ingredients
consistent,
made and supplied in a different way. And the two things are not instead of each other, they coexist.
Yeah.
And incidentally, I don't think really it's pharma that is the big opportunity here. It's consumer products.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And I truly believe too that there's something for everyone in this industry, right? Whether you want to be a small craft cultivator or you want to be a mass producer or you want to be an MLM or you want to have your own little CBD shop. I mean, the goal of this is to get this plant and these compounds into as many people's hands as possible because it works, right?
Agreed.
It works. So there's something for everyone. And then this is how I look at it too. I look at it from even a spiritual perspective. If you think about it, if you meditate, even with the plant or even using the plant, what would the plant say? The plant would say, go for it, right? However, which way we can get this to the people, get it into their hands, right?
Well,
and
actually, what the plant would say is, I don't know what you guys are doing with this. I just make it in order to keep the insects away.
keep the creativity going, right? Keep the clinical applications going. You know, we all know the people that are in this industry that are working with this plant have the passion because we've seen it work, not only in our own lives, but the lives of others that we love and care for. Truly.
Absolutely. And there's even a direct amalgamation of all of these approaches where actually we believe that these rare cannabinoids will be taken and put back into plant extracts in order to create, different cannabinoid profiles that are very hard to get from the plant itself. So you might want a high CBG extract or a high CBC extract or an extract that has an exact ratio of CBD to THC to CBG. And by having these clean, pure ingredients you can work with, you can actually help create that mixture using natural plant extracts.
And as a nurse, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that because we truly, because it's expensive, for a lot of different patients. And if you can cut the cost in half and they can still get the same therapeutic benefit when you're using whole plant medicine with added cannabinoids to intensify that therapeutic effect, and it can save them money and they don't have to take as much product. Thumbs up.
There you go, Roy. Thumbs up to you, your Creo and your company. How do people find out or want to find out more about your company? I'm guessing there's a website.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's creoingredients.com. And absolutely come and visit us. We got a beautiful website. As a reminder, we are a B2B business, so our clients are companies that formulate and make products with cannabinoids. But our mission is really to help both the end customer and do so in a way that's less harmful to the planet. So we're helping both. And so in the words of our brilliant CMO, Shuchi, we are a B2B2C company. We are facilitating that whole chain.
Love that. Fantastic. Well, that CMO of yours should get a raise. Anyway, I so appreciate you coming on today, as usual. I learned so much about this, and I look forward to seeing how another company can help change the world with the cannabis revolution. So thank you, Roy Lipski from Creo, for joining us and enlightening us about your new product, and we wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Sherri, you've done great, as I figured you would. Okay, and thank you. When is the Green Nurse back on again? Come on, let's plug the Green Nurse.
Oh God, I'm doing a Wednesday live with Ashley Monta, the Canisexual.
Well, there you go. And tomorrow on Emerald Media, I'm going to be doing my little 5-minute news before they have this amazing webinar on cannabis and sex. Can you imagine? Yes,
no way.
Yes,
that's awesome. And then Mark and I, Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse podcast, we're going live on Friday night. So
Friday night. Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today I am honored to be joined by the CEO of Green Flower. His name is Max Simon. He's also the founder of Green Flower, green-flower.com. Did I get that right, Max?
That's right.
And thank you so much for making the effort to come out and talk to us today. You know, I think you've heard me tell this story before. When I got my medical card in 2013 here in Massachusetts, I loved the videos that I found on YouTube that were produced by your company because, first of all, they were highly produced. Second of all, they were educational, deeply educational. And I also got to find out a little bit more about Steve D'Angelo and finally got to meet him too. So I was a big fan of Green Flower. And you've done a great job with that company since 2014. Does it feel that long?
Longer. It's been an amazing 6 years, but a challenging one. Amazing and challenging. That's how I would describe the cannabis industry.
Never a dull moment, a lot smaller than you think. And now the two coasts are getting smaller and smaller with a few legal states in between. And of course, the news of the week is that Vermont now turns into the 11th state in the union that you can actually buy adult use cannabis. And that was a big deal because it was the first time a legislature actually got the legalization done. Another historic event.
I think you can pretty much say that this cannabis train will not be stopped moving forward.
Yeah, and the future is quite bright, I believe, if things fall the right way, in my particular case, in the national election coming up in a few weeks. Have you ever seen has there ever been a more dysfunctional time in the United States of America as far as politics and government goes?
Not in my lifetime. It's chaos. It's so bad. I just actually feel like paying attention to it only hurts our mental health. And so I think at this point politically, everybody's likely very clear where they fall. And I wish everybody would just stop talking about it, and then everybody could vote and we could decide what the next chapter is going to look like. But it's quite messy right now.
Absolutely. And I've got my ballot at home. I got it in the mail. I'll be filling it out and bringing it to the town hall probably the first of next week. So you are absolutely right about that. Max, can you take me through a little bit of your model and the journey that Green Flower has been on? You are all about education, and that is something that, as a teacher and a coach for many, many years, I too believe that's the biggest factor in moving this green wave forward. Is the more we educate people, the more people understand the qualities of this plant?
Yeah, so Green Flower is largely recognized as the leader in cannabis education. And that is because we started very early in 2014. And it came from my long, deep background of cannabis, actually. I've been in two worlds my whole life, actually. I've been a closeted cannabis consumer my whole life because I have pretty severe ADHD. And even though I never would have told you up until about 6 years ago that it was my medicine, in hindsight, I realized my whole life I've actually been using cannabis medicinally, and I've been a cannabis consumer my whole life. And on the other side, I've always been in digital education. I helped build Deepak Chopra's company, who's a famous spiritual thought leader, and we were able to reach hundreds of millions of people and really change the stigma around meditation. And so I have a background in using technology and online mediums to get education and information out there into the world in very large ways. And so we started in 2014 to educate the world about cannabis, and have largely stayed on that mission, even though we've zigzagged a few times as a business. But today I'm, really grateful to announce that we've got these great business lines that are really successful. We have a channel at green-flower.com where we have tens of thousands of people learning about cannabis every day through our thousands of hours of online cannabis courses. And we have certificate programs that people can take in order to get a certificate in different areas of cannabis, like medical cannabis or extraction or business or patient care. We have 12 of them. And that parlayed into us working inside of cannabis companies. We're now the preeminent training company for cannabis organizations to train their staff. And that's because we have this big library and this great technology that also covers things like compliance and safety and quality control and standards of operating in retail, in cultivation, in labs, and in laboratories, medical cultivation, and in retail. And then as those curriculums developed, they got so robust that we started approaching colleges. And I'm really honored to say now that we have 8 university partnerships as of today with schools like UC Riverside, University of San Diego, Florida Atlantic University, Northern Michigan University, and many others throughout the country. We're expecting to triple that number just by 2021, where we're actually the engine that powers their cannabis curriculums through higher ed. And so we run the technology and the marketing and the instruction, and the school brings the accreditation and the student base and the credibility to the table. So really nice partnerships. And that means that we're, educating the world in all these different facets simultaneously, and have built a really exciting business on top of all that.
Absolutely. And isn't it amazing during this COVID time, this pandemic, that online education has become more necessary and more popular, and you're sitting there with an expanding curriculum in a new industry that is just taking off. It's growing exponentially, I guess is a good way to look at it. And congrats on continuing to expand into the college arena. How many hours per course, or how is it structured as far as accreditation goes? Because I know with most colleges, you have to take a certain amount of hours, course hours, in order to get college credits. Is that how yours is set up?
Yeah, so all of the college programs are 405 hours. They're 6-month programs. They go through 3 different courses. Each course is 135 hours. And they're really beautiful programs because there's online content, there's reading and manuals that people get, there's offline projects, there's forums for people to interact, there's homework assignments and projects for people to complete, and then there's, of course, the exams to get the certificate of completions. And so they're really robust programs that people are getting a ton of value from. And because we have these college relationships, it's also allowed us to set up these partnerships with companies around the country so that those companies, as they're growing and expanding, can be hiring our graduates and have these nice pipelines into kind of guaranteed workforces. And so I think the most exciting part of the cannabis industry, from my standpoint, is the insane amount of job growth and the fact that, not only was cannabis deemed essential, not only is legalization continuing, but this is all happening while it's still federally legal and a Schedule I substance. We don't have banking. So once those barriers knock down, which should happen here shortly, we're going to see a job growth explosion that is literally unparalleled. It'll be the fastest job growth in an industry in many, many decades. And we know that because it's already in the top 4 right now, even with all these barriers. And so, I just feel very excited that higher education is embracing the reality that this is a field that requires specialized talent. Specialized talent is typically trained through higher education, and we have the ability to partner with those institutions to be able to really bring those programs to market overnight.
That's fantastic. Can you talk a little bit about your sommelier certificate? I think you're borrowing a phrase from the wine industry, and it certainly makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because a sommelier is a master of which wine is the best on the menu, or can talk about all different types of wine. I'm guessing the same thing goes with different strains of cannabis.
So it turns out that the term sommelier is a fair use term. It's not trademarked, but it was originally designed as something to signify, wine aficionados and wine experts. And so that infrastructure of, hundreds of years of wine training to create masters in cannabis wine was well established. And we realized in the cannabis industry that you had this really unfortunate experience of millions of people getting wrong, incorrect, made up guidance from people that were literally using inaccurate terminology, didn't have any standardized training, didn't have any ways of systematically interacting with customers, and quite frankly, at the deepest level, don't even have any real understanding of what quality products mean. And so it's not even been announced yet. We just started to tease that this was coming, called the Ganjier. And the Ganjier...
I saw the picture with everybody going,
yeah, so it was 2 years in development. We started in 2018. All the photos and everything you took happened well before COVID, which shows you how long we've been working on this. And we aggregated 18 of the most experienced cannabis experts that we knew in 2 levels of understanding, quality and service. And we got together for 2 years of time, and they collectively put in over 8,000 hours of contribution to come up with the most comprehensive curriculum for training somebody on cannabis quality and cannabis assessment. We created a tool called the SAP, the Systematic Assessment Protocol, which is a systematic tool for accurately grading the quality of cannabis flower and concentrates. And then we designed the customer interaction protocol, something that people can use to engage with customers in a systematic way to provide the highest level of service, all while training people to develop their palates, develop their level of understanding of aromas and terpene profiles, and ability to communicate that using standard terminology and lexicology. And so it's a really exciting thing that's been years and years and years in the making. And the response thus far has been just overwhelmingly positive. And so people can find out more about that at ganjier.com.
Ganjier.com. I love that. Can we go back in time a little bit to April of 2018? Probably not something you like to talk about, but I believe around the same time that I posted my first podcast, and I found out that YouTube had purged its site of all cannabis-related content. How disappointing and how upset were you when that happened?
Well, it was just shocking because I can understand at least when they are purging the site because there are people that are talking about cannabis products, and consuming cannabis products can be against different rules. And that was their kind of argument. But we were a pure education company. We hadn't taken any advertising dollars. We weren't selling any products. We weren't even recommending any products. And so it's the equivalent of somebody taking down a hunting video because they don't like hunting, or somebody taking down a cooking video, or somebody taking down a makeup video, where it's educational and informational and was completely a form of pure censorship, to be quite honest with you. And so it's irritating and it's frustrating, and it shows you how far we have to go. But one of the greatest benefits I had of being so early with Deepak Chopra is that I distinctly and vaguely remember when I would get literal death threats from different religious right groups telling us that yoga was spreading the devil's work, or that meditation was invoking Satan. And it reminded me that even though people have very strong reactions to things when they have strong beliefs, It doesn't mean that those beliefs will stay, because after years of work and time, every part of the equation turned out to be untrue, and now the world meditates. And so I just see these things as more bumps, inevitable speed bumps on the path to changing global consciousness. And, you get frustrated for a sec, you take a deep breath and keep going.
There you go. Now, on your YouTube, on your LinkedIn profile, you list yourself as a mindset architect. Can you define what that is?
Yeah, I have a personal love and a passion for understanding how we can optimize our potential in this lifetime. I find it so unusual that people don't realize this is the only lifetime we have. We, not to say that there may not be more lifetimes or something else, but this is it. This is our shot. And so I am a ferocious student of understanding how I can make sure that in this lifetime, I squeeze the most value, I deliver the most value, I experience the most value, I contribute the most deeply. And as I've gone down that path, I've realized that it's your mindset that controls and navigates every part of the decisions you make and how you show up and how you feel and how you communicate and what you spend your time on and who you are in the world. And so for myself, I've become a mastery level practitioner of mindset to really make sure that the way I'm looking at the world is optimized in every way. And then I oftentimes will work with people, whether it's, in teaching environments or coaching environments, to help them shape their mindsets in a way that help them do the same.
There you go. Well said. And there is this mind-body connection too, that you wave the flag a lot. It has a lot to do, I believe, with the plant. Your also your commitment to meditation, your background on that. The plant was put on this earth by God for a purpose. Can you explain what you think that purpose truly is for people?
Well, I like to just understand some of the mechanics before I get too philosophical, which is that cannabis is one of the most bioactive plants on the earth. There's actually not many other plants on planet Earth that produce as many chemical compounds, the concentration of chemical compounds, the diversity of chemical compounds, the rigor of those compounds than the cannabis plant. And so let's just fundamentally look at the fact that in itself is special, that this plant is the most bioactive plant that exists on planet Earth. But then when you realize that the diversity of those compounds interacts with the human physiology in quite special and harmonious ways, that endocannabinoid system helps us generate states of homeostasis, helps us improve mechanic systems like digestion and sleep, helps do things like elevate mood, helps balance hormonal imbalances. There's all these mechanical things that the compounds actually do inside of the body. And then you add into the fact that it's incredibly fast growing. You add into the fact that it can grow in enormous proportions in enormous different climates and environments. You add into the fact that those compounds can be extracted and put into a myriad of different substances and consumed in a whole myriad of different ways. And that same plant, packaged in these different modalities, has radically different benefits on society, from, creative and inspirational down to relaxing or sleep inducing, to pain relieving, to, the non-psychoactive components of pain relief and inflammation. And so, I could just keep talking about all these facts. And at a certain point, just the rational person goes, that's pretty impressive, right? But the problem is that just people don't know the facts. That's what education is they're missing the valid, credible information. But the more you know about it, the more you kind of can't help but feel excited by its potential, because it touches healthcare, it touches industry, it touches agriculture, it touches legal and compliance and policy, it touches banking, it touches spirituality, it touches everything. And so, I feel like the facts communicate what a beautiful plant this is. And like many, I feel, just a little bit honored that I get to play some role in helping other people get the value of it as well.
Well, that's the educator in you. That's the person who wants to give back the knowledge that you've accumulated and make an impact on the world, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One last thing about business lessons. I'm always looking for business lessons that someone like yourself, who's a CEO, you've built a company, a viable company over the last 6 years, and there's a phrase I use a lot that is adapt and improvise. How important is that when you're building a business?
I mean, I always tell people pretty upfront that this cannabis business, this is actually my 6th business. And this has been the hardest business I've ever done by a huge margin, by a factor of 100. And I think that's important because as much passion and excitement there's a lot of obstacles and challenges and roadblocks in this industry that are very difficult. And for us, we have zigzagged and adjusted and pivoted and, changed courses way, way, way more times than I would have liked. But it's partially because the industry is changing so fast. And for example, when we had originally started, we didn't have plans to be a B2B training company. It wasn't part of our vision or infrastructure. But the industry started growing so fast. The need for trained, educated, credible workforce became stronger and stronger. And there was a bigger and bigger opportunity expanding day by day. And so we moved into that space to take advantage of something that we thought we could do really well, and it's been great. And I could say that with higher education, and I could say that with the certificates, and there's all these areas. And so it's great. It's a great challenge. It's a tremendous challenge. But I think in cannabis, if you're not adaptable and flexible and open-minded and curious, you're just not going to make it in this space because everything keeps changing and evolving so fast, and you have to be willing to adapt with it.
There you go. Fantastic. Max Simon, CEO of green-flower.com. And the new group is Ganjier. What's that?
Ganjier.com. It's GANJIER.com.
There you go. He's Max Simon from Green Flower. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis News. Kurt Dalton is on another assignment tonight, so we go to the bullpen and bring in the main man himself, Rye Russell. Hey, Rye.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I know I'm no Kurt Dalton, but hopefully I can live up to your esteemed audience's expectations.
You absolutely will, Rye. And we're going to start this week in your state of Maine. It's just coming off its first week of weed sales in vacation land. So what are the big sales results in week 1, Rye?
We are off to an incredible start. Opening day was a huge success here in vacation land. with 6 stores generating almost $100,000 in total sales and over $9,000 in sales tax generated for the state. So we'll wait for the official report for the first closing week.
It's so amazing, isn't it? You read about Colorado and Illinois setting all these monthly records of millions and millions. Massachusetts does at least 1 million a day now. And the state of Maine took them 4 years to get to that starting line. But hey, at least it's going in the right direction now, right?
It's about time. We are ready for it. And this is just the beginning.
And I got to ask you, how has the media coverage been? I checked a story from my old station, WGME TV 13 up there, and it seemed a little balanced, although they used that M word an awful lot.
Well, it is fairly balanced up here. However, I think that there's still a lot of ambiguity felt by the players in the market. And so I think there's still a lot of uncertainty of what the regulations are, how is enforcement going to be handled. But like all emerging markets, we're going to see some early adjustments and a very successful launch.
Well, our next story is also about another New England state, Vermont, and they passed legalization last week, and some predictions now are being released about that market. But first, let's go to New York with Deborah Borchart's Green Market Report. Deb?
Thanks, guys. Well, we are just beginning to get into the earnings season. Markets were closed on Monday, so it was a shortened trading week. This week, AFRIA reported its first quarter revenue of $69.6 million for fiscal year 2021. This is a 23% increase over the prior quarter and their 6th consecutive quarter of growth. They did report net losses of $5.1 million for that quarter. Harborside released preliminary third quarter 2020 results. The company said they expect revenue to come in at $18.5 million. Keep in mind, in June, their revenue was $15 million, so things are going in the right direction for Harborside. You should be aware that their ticker symbol has been changed. It went from HSDEF to HBORF. And the Valens Company reported third quarter financial results for the period ending in August. The company said net revenue was $18.1 million. That is a 10% increase from their third quarter in 2019 of $16.5 million. They also had a net loss of $3 million. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchart with the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
Since Deborah was reporting on the earnings of many of the biggest cannabis companies, the public ones, you have to wonder who's going to jump into the Vermont market as it opens up. Now, Vicente Cederberg's Andrew Livingston put out projections that the market in Vermont could reach $250 million, but it might be 2025 or 2026 before that happens, right? Vermont only has a population of 600,000, but they call themselves the Green Mountain State for a reason, right? Ooh.
Absolutely. As far as licensing is concerned, I see a lot of the same challenges that we've faced and are facing here in Maine. That being said, Vermont is a beautiful state known for its tourism, with estimates of 13.5 million or more visitors every year. So even with the pandemic, people are looking for remote places, and often they're looking to reconnect with nature and unplug from the digital world. So some reports, I'm reading one report right now, Jimmy, that says we shouldn't be surprised if Vermont can quickly rise to 800 million, maybe even $1 billion market.
Wow, that's huge. And a state that only has 600,000 people in Maine, you just told me has 1.5 million now. So what are the projections for the whole market in Maine going to be?
Well, I think what we're finding, the medical market made a huge leap and major advancements last year. And I think with the addition of the rec market, I think it's going to quickly become Maine's top grossing export.
Wow, that's going to be interesting to watch as most of New England now. And how would you like to be in New Hampshire? They're now surrounded by 3 legal states. Seems to me that governor might want to get a little revenue going in the right direction, but New Hampshire is a strange one of the New England states. No disrespect to some friends up there. right?
The
Nothing
Granite
bad about New
State.
Hampshire. Are you afraid that New Hampshire might invade Maine someday or what?
No, I don't think so. The Granite State is a beautiful place to visit, but I like being up here in the Great White North.
There you go. All right, there are now 4 other states in the U.S. who will be voting on legalizing the adult use of cannabis in a few weeks. That's Arizona, New Jersey, Montana, and South Dakota. Now, on the other side of the world is New Zealand. And sure enough, they'll be voting on legalization this weekend. And right now, it's a dead heat. Right, New Zealand trying to become the 26th country to decriminalize, if not legalize, our favorite plant.
Well, polling is a split 49 to 49, leaving 1, maybe 2% undecided up for grabs. This is going to be a nail biter.
And I'm going to just ask, you've never visited New Zealand, have you?
I have not yet.
On the bucket list, as it is mine. All right. From the research world, this fact really has been known for quite a while. And make sure if you go in for surgery and you're going to get general anesthesia, please declare to your anesthesiologist that you enjoy cannabis. Why? Well, you might just wake up in surgery. A study at the University of Colorado Hospital among 118 patients who had surgery for a broken leg, that group that used cannabis needed much more anesthesia than those who did not partake. So, Rai, have you known anybody who has awakened during surgery?
Luckily, I personally do not, but I saw this article this morning, and I'm really glad we're talking about it, Jimmy, because this is truly one of those, there are those that know and those that do not know types of things, and you don't necessarily want to be one of those that did not know. So if you're going to surgery, this is information to please share with your doctors.
Absolutely, 100%. And they're not there, by the way, to arrest you or hassle you or judge you. They're really just there to, well, take care of your body in whatever way it needs to be taken care of. So put trust in your medical community. Now, let's go to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., for the D.C. Cannabis Report from Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast. Phil?
Vote Pro Podcast, here with the Weed Talk News D.C. Report. New Jersey Senator and one-time candidate for president Cory Booker raised the issue of racial disparities in marijuana enforcement during his questioning of Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett on Wednesday. While he didn't ask Barrett any specific questions on cannabis policy, Booker did point out the disparity, saying, quote, "There's no difference between blacks and whites for using drugs, but blacks are multiple times more likely to be arrested." The Senate Judiciary Committee will vote on the Barrett nomination on October 22nd. The Supreme Court this week declined to hear a case challenging the constitutionality of the DEA's Schedule I classification of cannabis. The suit was originally filed back in 2017 by a coalition of medical cannabis patients and activists. While fewer than 1% of petitions are granted a hearing by the High Court, the decision is nonetheless seen as a stinging defeat by legalization advocates. Representative Earl Blumenauer of Oregon, one of several members of Congress who signed an amicus brief in support of the lawsuit, vowed to continue the fight, however, saying, quote, "It's more important than ever that we pass the MORE Act." Washington, D.C. Councilman Robert White introduced a bill this week that would expand opportunities for people with felony convictions to participate in the medical marijuana market. In introducing the bill, White said, quote, "There is no reason why those who've paid their debt to society should be locked out of this industry any longer. The legislation would end a ban on participation by most so-called returning citizens and create programs to encourage cannabis entrepreneurship among the formerly incarcerated." That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
A new report released by the FBI shows once again how law enforcement officers target persons of color for weed possession. The Uniform Crime Report claims that there were 545,602 people in the U.S. who were arrested on cannabis offenses last year. Now, amazingly, that same study reported that the number was more than 495,871 who were arrested for violent crimes. Now, what's even more disheartening is that 92% of cannabis arrests were for possession. Rye, black people are 3.6 times more likely to be arrested than white people. Another reason why reform of the federal laws have to happen. Right?
This is just I do agree. This is just bonkers. The fact that we're still talking about it, these numbers speak for themselves. It doesn't matter what report you read. We need reform, and we need it within this next administration.
That's right. And a lot of the new laws that are coming out are expunging records. We know the job that the Last Prisoner Project and Steve D'Angelo have done. They're getting more and more people to get out of jail and get their records expunged. And that, I believe, is only the next green wave that will happen. But right now, let's go north of the border to Canada for Solomon Israel's Canadian Cannabis Report. Solomon?
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Cannabis producer Aphria has reported growing recreational marijuana revenue for the quarter ended August 31st. The company's gross recreational revenue hit nearly 70 million Canadian dollars for the quarter, but that was offset by a decline in international revenue, and net revenue declined on a quarterly basis. Aurora Cannabis has sold off its stake in Australian medical marijuana company Can Group. The company told Marijuana Business Daily it still sees potential in Australia's medical marijuana market, but for now it's focusing on core markets in Canada, the United States, and more mature medical marijuana markets abroad. And the vast majority of leadership positions in Canada's regulated marijuana sector are held by white males. That's the conclusion of a new analysis from the University of Toronto's Centre on Drug Policy Evaluation, which included 700 executives and directors of Canadian marijuana firms. All told, 84% of those leaders were white and 86% were men. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily.
The MJ Biz Daily Factbook for 2020 is now available, and did you know that the median salary in the cannabis industry was $58,511 in 2018, while the median salary for U.S. workers as a whole was $52,000. That's according to Glassdoor data, just one of the many facts you'll find in the MJ Biz Daily Factbook. You can get yours online at mjbizdaily.com/factbook. A reminder that the CEO of MJ Biz Daily, Chris Walsh, will be joining David Rabinovitz and myself on the Friday edition of Cannabis Chat on the Green Rush program on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media, live at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And speaking of upcoming programs, our friends at Green Flower are hosting an online conversation that is hosted by Max Simon, their founder, and two people from Normal on Thursday, October 22nd at 11 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Eastern. Jen Michelle Padini, their development director, and Keith Stropp, the founder of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, will join Max. Now, you can register on their website, green-flower.com. Max Simon is my guest on In the Weeds this week, and we release that show on Mondays on our PCM affiliates and social media outlets. Now, one final story to talk about this week, and yes, it's back to the great state of Maine for this one. I know Bangor, Maine is a little north of where you are, but there's a police officer on the force in Bangor who has quite a following on Facebook, and sure enough, he used that forum to enlighten Maine people about the new laws. Do you know about this guy, Lieutenant Tim Cotton?
Lieutenant Cotton is quite a local celebrity here. And the Bangor Police Department, believe it or not, they have been producing some of the greatest social media content of any police department in the nation. And it's terribly clever. It's super funny, and the public loves it. It's genuine, it's real. And what I found funny about this post was the disclaimers at the bottom of it. They recognize that you can sometimes in today's world get attacked from all angles. So there was a funny disclaimer, and we'll have to check it out, but it said that if you don't agree with the views or messages of that post, that it's okay because the writer doesn't want to do this job anyway. So they're hilarious.
I totally do. And, you know, it's very interesting as we sit here and we laugh about this, and it got national attention. But it's this kind of a public service of information, an exchange of information, where he's legitimizing the fact that, hey, it's now legal now. It's okay if you get the munchies. It's okay if you partake. Just don't do it against the law, like don't smoke it in public, and make sure you use it responsibly, and don't drive. And those are the messages that the public needs to hear. We understand that. But a lot of times when these public service announcements that are being produced by, let's say, the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission, when they come out very patronizing and pretending that it's, oh, you know, it's still a dangerous drug. You have to be careful with it, and you do, but you don't have to be arrogant about it or patronizing about it. Just accept that it's here and teach people about the substance. Do you agree with that, Ryan?
I 100% agree. I don't think anybody in today's world needs a lecture. We're all just trying to exchange information peacefully so we can live our best lives.
Oh, I like that. Live your best life. That sounds like the Green Nurse Group. But anyway, that'll do it for this week's Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And you
I'm
are?
Rye Russell.
And where are you
and
from?
I'm Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio. Thank you so much, Jimmy, for sharing the love.
You bet, Rye. Thank you so much for filling in with Kurt. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Weed Talk Now. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
And joining us all the way from Alberta in Canada is Dr. Igor Kovalchuk. He is at the University of Lethbridge in Calgary, Alberta. Dr. Kovalchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on a beautiful spring day in the northeast of America.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Tell us a little bit about what you've been up to, because your reputation is one of the premier plant biologists in genetics. And this is the thing that blows me away about the cannabis world, okay, is you guys are this is the smartest group of people I've ever met. The fact that you can actually dictate the DNA of a plant and explain it is unbelievable to me. So first of all, congratulations on getting to the point where you have this reputation of being one of the top premier biologists and plant biologists in the world. Tell us a little bit about this study and why you decided to study COVID-19 and cannabis.
Right. So we have been studying cannabis since about 5 years. So for the past 12 years or so, I worked on medicinal plants, including medicinal poppy. And as soon as cannabis became, let's say, more open in Canada, I thought it would be a great plant to study because, as you know, it provides us with food, feed, shelter, medicine, clothes, you name it, right? That's probably the only plant that you would want to take with you into space if it was the only one you could, right? So, when COVID started, we were well in the way of analyzing medicinal properties of those varieties. We have created almost 1,500 hybrids and analyzed about 400 of them for the anti-inflammatory effects, for anti-cancer effects, anti-aging, skin diseases, oral health, you name it. And when COVID started, as you understand, it's caused by a virus and it's an infection, right? And if it's infection, cannabis definitely should help, right? And my wife hypothesized that this virus would enter in the same way as SARS virus. At that time, it was late February. There was no such data yet, but we reanalyzed the data that we have from multiple experiments that we do. We use so-called 3D tissues, so engineered human 3D tissues that mimic basically your oral cavity, lung epithelia, intestine epithelia, and we analyzed the expression of these receptors that virus potentially need to enter on the surface of the cells, and we indeed identified several extracts that dramatically decrease the expression of the receptor. So to simplify, imagine if you have a house, a building that has 100 doors, and you have a couple thousand people crowd outdoor, and they have to get in there within a minute. 100 doors likely will allow them, right? So, but if you reduce the number of doors to 20, perhaps, right? The chance of entering the same amount of time is very small, and any infection operates by units of infecting agent in time, right? So if you have number of viral units that enter with our cells, there is a chance for infection to progress. If this virus stalled and cannot enter as efficiently, it will be eliminated by immune system. So our immune system operates well if it has enough, either enough time or enough players. Enough players means antibodies. You've been exposed before. Enough time means the rate of infecting agents versus the rate of our system eliminating them. So, and then when we found that in the months, we received the confirmation from the studies abroad that indeed this virus uses ACE2 receptor for entry. And therefore, what we found with cultivars is basically gives us a very high degree of confidence that those cultivars will slow down or decrease the chance of infection and will slow down the progression of disease for one specific reason, because when the virus enters our cells, it forces all neighboring cells and other so-called target tissues to amplify this receptor. So it's like you got a spy, and spy basically buys off others so that they work in concert, right? So, and basically that's how the virus prepares your target. It may enter through lungs, for example, or oral cavity, and will amplify receptors, your intestine, your kidney, and everywhere else where the target virus is, target tissues is. And in this way, it will force us to succumb to basically disease, get more complications and whatnot. So that's the first study that has been published. It has not been peer-reviewed. It right now is in the process of being peer-reviewed, but the preprint is out there.
Go ahead,
Doctor, in your study, you mentioned sativa strains high in CBD. Did you start with like a Charlotte's Web or an AC/DC, or what did you have access to strain-wise to start with?
It's interesting. Most of the names would mean nothing to the reader, right? So because those are not common names, and most of them are created by us, hybrids. We did not, I can confirm that this was not AC/DC or Charlotte's Web that we started with. We started with agnostically completely. So when we profiled 400 varieties for inflammation, we did not pay attention, indica, sativa, high, low CBD, THC. We first checked whether it works, and only then we checked what cannabinoid level is. And we're checking cannabinoids level only for one specific reason, because if the extract works, why should I care what's in it? right? So we know it's safe because through years of consumption, multiple studies, we know that cannabis is safe, right? But I would prefer this variety or strain to be high CBD for one specific reason. If a patient takes it, I want the patients to be comfortable. I don't want the person to take my pill, oil, or whatnot, and get high right away. And some people may be deterred by this, right? So people who may have a disease do not want an additional impairment to happen. That's why we have focused only on those cultivars that would be either 1-to-1 CBD or CBD dominant. We had 2-to-1, 10-to-1, and as high as 20-to-1.
Can I ask? Go ahead, Kurt.
Did any of the other cannabinoids really stand out to you as CBN or CBG? Anything that really made your eyes wide open other than CBD?
Right, it's a great question. So most of the cultivars were, as I said, either 1-to-1 CBD to THC or CBD dominant. There was one cultivar that is THCV dominant that does not work as well, but works as well, right? So it's not as efficient, but pretty good. If we talk about single cannabinoids, in our work we found that they work too, but not as efficiently as a full flower extract, right? And as you understand, if you take the full flower extract, you have 50, maybe 60 different cannabinoids and 50, 60 terps, flavonoids, you name it. It would be extremely difficult and long to identify what is active ingredient or what is a cocktail. I believe it's a concerted actions of all molecules. Scientifically, very important to understand how and what works. But if we have COVID out there and this helps, I don't think we should waste time, basically 4 or 5 years of research to identify those single molecules that work.
So a reminder, you are watching and or listening to Weed Talk Now, a podcast produced by Pro Cannabis Media. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young, along with my co-host Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. This podcast and show is available on all those social media outlets out there. So remember to subscribe, share, and like, or don't like if you don't want to. But you know what? We'd prefer you to like this stuff. Anyway, back to the show. So, as I was saying, you mentioned research, Doctor, and, you know, here in the United States, as you know, it's still federally illegal, and there's only one college in the United States, one place that's officially able to research this at the University of Mississippi, and there's been a recent lawsuit here in the United States that was actually won by a research firm exposing the United States for perhaps doing a little something a little shady to keep the researchers at bay. In Canada, because it's federally legal, you actually get grants pretty, I don't want to say easily, because there's never easily getting a grant, but I'm guessing you get some cooperation from your government in Canada for research, yes?
You're absolutely right. So in the past, especially past 2-3 years, there have been a number of grants out there. Yes, the success rate, as for any grants, maybe not high. You know, for some it's 2%, for some it's 10%. But hey, together with Olga, with my wife, we had probably 5 or 6 over the last 3 years. So yes, so if the idea is good, honestly, my gut feeling is there is still some prejudice among the reviewers, right? Because when we reviewed, we're not reviewed and given the grant because it's such a cool plant, but because our scientific hypothesis stands the ground and the experiments proposed are solid and our names are good. And that's the combination that gives you a grant. But even then, sometimes you feel by the comments reviewers do that they're not comfortable with the fact that all these effects are caused by cannabis. But it's changing, so it's getting better and better. You cannot believe in the past 2 weeks how many calls I received from scientists, from doctors. I received calls from doctor from hospital in New York who is in forefront working with patients. He said that after he has seen an article. He was prescribing CBD and CBG to patients, and all 6 patients, elderly, that he's given are doing extremely well. And I have their emails and their statement basically about that. So.
At one point, Doctor, we had put an article up on cannabis.net kind of saying, could COVID be cannabis legalization's what if moment? Could we find a medical study that showed that it either lessened the strength, it helped with recovery? Do you feel your study is comprehensive enough, or a beginning to that moment in the US where we could say, we need to legalize, we need to study immediately, and this is the beginning. This is the study that shows us it can help.
Right. So a word of caution right away. Our work is so-called preclinical, right? So we do not touch patients. We have not touched patients yet. So we are working right now on several clinical trials, right? So including several US teams. I would, if this would happen, it would basically expedite our applications and everything, right? But I agree. So we have a great opportunity for studies like ours to influence the policy making, and basically hoping that it will be open and decriminalized and whatnot as soon as possible. Sometimes situations like this influence politics, but in most of the cases, politics influence situations.
That wouldn't have anything to do with the almighty dollar by any chance, would it? I'm just saying.
That's all I wanted to say, yeah.
Now, Kurt and I are both located here in Massachusetts, where we originate this program. And I understand that there's a local company, MatTech Life Sciences out of Ashland, where you got your 3D tissue samples. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. So it's a wonderful company. And as you know, a lot of studies that you do, in order for these studies to be very valid and close to a real situation, you have to use patients, right? And you can only do it in clinical trials. It means most of the studies are never done. And they're never done because money is a big deal. People who are willing to do studies is a big deal, right? And applications are extremely difficult, right? So clinical trial applications requires concerted actions of many people. It's hundreds of pages document. Preparation of these clinical trials takes months and months. But if instead using 3D tissues, it's a wonderful idea, right? So basically it's an engineered human skin, and they can alveolar epithelial tissues, and they can do it sex specific. So if you suspect that males or females succumb to infection in greater rate, they can generate the tissues of specific disease. For example, we have studied the psoriasis tissues. So they send you engineered tissues that looks like psoriasis skin. You can directly apply the extract and see whether the morphology changes, or you change the expression of molecules back to normal. That's how we identified almost a dozen varieties that strains that help to relieve psoriasis, for example.
This study, obviously it exploded in our industry. We're all looking for that study to show how cannabis can help with COVID. But now it's really gone viral. You're getting picked up, this study, and people rewriting and referencing your study all over media. Did you think when this came out, you would get this type of exposure and this type of virility?
Right, Kurt, it's a great question, and no, I didn't expect that. So I'll be frank, the reason we put it out there, because we badly needed commercial and industrial partners to move us to clinical trial. So, we could go to the hospital, we found people, doctors who are willing to do the study, but obviously it's an organization, people have to be paid, and clinical trial of this magnitude can be anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000. We do not have this money, but we know this is a medicine that will help. And so it was kind of an outcry. It's very unusual and not in the style of me and Olga. We've been around for a while in science and everything. We don't do this, but the situation is such that we felt if we don't do this, it will be buried for a very long time and never help people. But now, because guys like you and other journalists who picked it up, I have several, probably dozens of leads and 2 solid cases where likely we'll get a clinical trial done.
That's exciting. That is exciting. One of our own medical friends, Dr. Ryan Zacklin, has asked me to ask you this question about 2 specific cannabinoids, a CBDA and a THCA. Now, here's the thing about all the cannabinoids, and I've got some working knowledge of it, but I never took organic chemistry in college, let alone high school. Forget high school. Okay, I didn't even go near biochem labs in high school. But how can you identify each specific cannabinoid and the impact that one has on the other? Or is it more about the ratios of the CBD-based ones versus the THC ones?
Jimmy, it's all of the above, right? So first of all, it's not our intention to identify all cannabinoids, right? So because it was not our intention to understand what works. Why? Because I do not believe that we'll identify one. The ratios likely is important. I give you an example. When we identified several varieties that work well for specific rare cancer, we started doing ratios, let's say from 1 to 16 to 16 to 1. So we've done like profiling of 12 different ratios, and we identified a golden spot where we've seen potentiation, right? That means that if you have one cultivar reduces, let's say, the growth of cancer by, I say, 2-folds, another one 2-folds, put them together, they together were 6-folds, for example, right? So this is quite difficult. It takes a long time, and therefore there are some cases that we know what works. So, for example, when we did colon cancer versus breast cancer, right? And then we found cultivars that work and then don't work. And then we did correlations with level of THC, CBD, and whatnot. And for one cancer, and don't quote me that I don't quite remember, but I believe for colon cancer, we found positive and negative correlations clearly established for specific cannabinoids. But for breast cancer, it was completely irrelevant. So we could not look at the cannabinoids profile and tell whether the cultivar would work or not. Same with terps. We identified a couple terps that correlate very well, so their presence would either help or actually negatively influence the capacity of THC, let's say, to kill the cancer. So my point is that cannabis is not generic whatsoever. You cannot just look at a profile of cannabinoids and say, this will help me or this will not help me. In general, I would say high CBD variety should have anti-inflammatory properties, but we are releasing the paper right now, a second one on the cytokine storm. We identified varieties that dramatically reduce key pro-inflammatory molecules. And we have selected from a number of cultivars that work. We have selected 7. And out of these 7, 2 would do harm. 2 would actually intensify your inflammation. 3 did very well and decreased that, and couple had no effect, right? And this is already from pre-selected group, right? So one has to be careful and do the preclinical work like we've done before proposing that specific strain cultivar would work, right? Do not judge just by cannabinoids.
You just walked into my next question, which all the viewers who wish they had access to you will be watching this. Other than high CBD, I will ask you because I know that's what people will ask us. Doctor, I live in California. I have a lot of dispensaries around me. I'm worried about COVID. What should I go by other than just saying a high CBD strain?
Right. Well, just to make it sure, I'm a medical doctor, but I'm not licensed to practice, and I cannot make any medical advice or not. I believe that high CBD, high terp profile strain is better. So if just high CBD is of concern, then I would pick the variety that has a higher fragrance, right? So because in general, higher terps varieties have a stronger effect.
You mentioned you didn't want to say a high THC because you didn't want patients to get that high effect. But what did THC in your study show with COVID? Anything as far as antiviral properties? If someone didn't mind getting really high, would THC also help? Or are you just saying don't use high THC because of the high effect?
Right. So I have to be careful answering this question because there are some things that have been published, or in that paper that we have released, we do not report separately THC or CBD, right? Okay. And therefore, what I would be saying, how should I say? I would be saying something that people have not seen the data for, right? And yes, there were varieties that were high THC that worked quite well, right? But the reason, again, we did not want to focus on them is that we did not want people that would take a medicine be repelled, let's say, by medicine and not take it again, right? Every doctor that we talk to in Canada or US has the first concern is, will my patient take it? Right? So because in order for medicine to work, you have to take it regularly. You cannot skip, right? So, and a lot of patients that haven't seen it or haven't tried, if they try once and it doesn't work, they feel uncomfortable, tingling, or whatever, they will not take it anymore. And that means the medicine will not show its potential. So to cut this and answer your questions, yes, THC works, not all varieties. We haven't used a THC dominant cultivar, but 1-to-1, let's say initial 6-7% of THC or CBD in the flowers work as well as high CBD.
Let me ask you a question can I ask a question about terpenes for a second here, Doctor? And I've talked to a few other cannabis experts, scientists, about terpenes and the role that they play in this plant. Can you describe the relationship between the terpene makeup and other cannabinoids like your CBD, A, N, G, ABC, 1, 2, 3? I'm sorry.
Right. So if you look at biochemistry, the initial precursor somewhere very on the top of the pathway is the same. So the rule of thumb is, again, don't quote me on that, but if the variety is high in cannabinoids, typically it's high on terps, right? Then specific terp that is produced, that of course depends on the availability of many enzymes, and that's where cannabis gives a wonderful opportunity to have, because it has such a broad number of varieties. Imagine even if you take 5 to 10 major cannabinoids, right? And if you take 5 to 10 major terpenoids, the possibilities of the ratios and presence of one or another are almost endless, right? You may have thousands of different possibilities. So therefore, you may find nearly always you find the variety that works well for your conditions. So typically, cannabis works well for conditions that are involving chronic inflammation, right? That's where cannabis thrives, I believe. And some terps directly influence cannabinoids. Some terps actually can bind to the same receptors, right? So they can bind to CB1 or CB2 receptors or any other G protein coupled receptor and have either identical effect or skewed effect. So it's basically, if you have a lock and you have a perfect key, you open it fairly quickly and the result you enter, right? You may have a terp that can bind and the key would kind of stuck, but then finally work, right? So effect would be slightly different, but similar. Or then you may have a combination when two molecules compete. That's why you say you take CBD and THC, right? CBD is a partial agonist of THC. So the higher CBD in the variety, the more chances that the effect of your THC will be altered, right? It may be altered that you will feel less high. It may be altered that it will be less pain killing. It may be altered it will be more pain killing. And that depends on all other molecules are in there. So that's why cannabis is extremely difficult to figure out in terms of what exactly is an active molecule.
That's right.
I guess I have to ask, Doctor, here in America, I live in a state, not in Massachusetts, but if someone says I can only get legal access to hemp CBD with almost no THC, is that as good and should I use it? Or how does the hemp CBD play into what you think of the THC CBD 1-to-1 ratio?
Kurt, it's a brilliant question. And I love your American hemp over our Canadian hemp for one specific reason. Our hemp industry was sort of, I shouldn't say it was more established because you guys started growing hemp in 17th century, something like that. But most of our industrial hemp varieties were a classical industrial hemp. That means tall, stocky, typically low fragrance, low CBD, so pushing 2% maybe in flowers, and therefore very low terps. But you guys registered a number of varieties. I know in Oregon, for example, that are very high CBD and therefore high in terps. So the chances that they would work more efficiently than our industrial hemp are much higher. From the varieties we have published, there was 3 or 4 that are industrial hemp, right? But those were not industrial hemp, that classical industrial hemp that registered in Canada. We are only now preparing them for registration. And those varieties had higher level of CBD and better fragrance, and they work more efficient. So in short, if it's the right variety, it doesn't matter whether it's a hemp or marijuana, as soon as it has molecules that work. If it has high CBD, it has to be tested, of course, because likely not all of them will work.
You know, you mentioned testing, and I've got just enough knowledge to be dangerous about the endocannabinoid system. And every human has, or every mammal has an endocannabinoid system. And every time you try a different strain, even if you try one or Kurt tries one, I try one, it's going to have a different effect because of our internal endocannabinoid system and how it balances. So how in the world can you do all this research and then come back with findings about specific strains when you know that one, if I take it or Kurt takes it or you take it, it's all going to have a different effect on all of us. You talk about a challenge. This is probably the most challenging plant in the world, yes?
Right. Well, you opened the Pandora box, right? So because, of course, well, even if you look at, at any trait, it's a numbers game, right? So if you imagine you have an extraterrestrial landing and, I don't know, let's say in Sweden, and concluded, well, all humans are 180, blonde, tall, blah, 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 right? So, but no, right? So unless you take a representation of everyone, you would not be making an average, right? For any if you want to register a drug, right? So, and get the DIN number, you have to do a clinical trial in specific population, right? So if I want drug to be sold in Japan, I better test it on Japanese, right? So the variation in our response, like the way cannabis works, it starts from first how it enters in our organism. So the variability is enormous. Well, it depends how you take it, whether you smoke it, you inhale it, it's sublingual, it's intestinal, so smoking and taking a gel cap, the bioavailability would be different from 70-80% down to 5-7%, right? So when you ingest it. So the variation also between two people, maybe one would have 5% bioavailability, another one would have 20% bioavailability. Not only genetic makeup, but so-called epigenetic makeup. It means environment. And environment would be as simple as whether you ate a fatty food or not, right? If you ate a fatty food, you will double or triple your bioavailability. That means you need a 2-3 times lower dose to have the same effect. And in addition, all the genetic variation among human, sex differences, whether you're healthy or not. There are a lot of diseases that have either lower endocannabinoid system operation or higher. So in ideal world, you have to know this, right? So you have to take a buccal swab or blood test and see what's the health of your endocannabinoid system. What receptors do you have expressed, right? So based on this, you can make a prediction on the dosage. Even then, the doctors advise to titrate, right? So every clinical trial almost starts with low, goes high, and then as soon as you start feeling uncomfortable, you return one step back and use the one that is high enough and gives you still a good effect. So combination, and it depends not only how it gets into your system, how it works on your receptors, but how quickly it is out, right? So metabolizing enzymes are very different. You can have 20-fold difference in metabolism. That means if I take 10 mil, and I'm just exaggerating, right? If I take 10 milligrams of THC, right, and I will feel high, let's say within, I don't know, an hour, right? And then in 2 hours, effect is gone because my metabolism's eliminated it, right? But you may take the same dose, you may get either high, either faster or later, and it will last for 12 hours. Right, so because your metabolism is so slow that your system cannot basically kick it out of the organism very quickly. So enormous variations.
Doctor, you mentioned, this wasn't about going viral and being famous. You needed funding and you need more funding. Right. I think your study is very important to get U.S. Federal legalization of the cannabis plant. If someone is watching this, how can they contact you? How can they get you funding? How can they communicate with you to get this further along?
Absolutely. I'm not sure whether, well, Preprint should have the email there, right? So you can get in contact with me by email or look me up on LinkedIn, right? So under my name, and I typically respond to every person. So if I did respond, that means I was overwhelmed, probably I'll respond tomorrow or day after, right? So, but yes, I want opinion of everyone, even if it's just a statement that, I have this and use this and it worked, I would glad to hear from you. If you're a doctor, so just want to say hi and say what you do. I'm not in position again to advise doctors what to do, but I would love to hear their stories. If you're out there, a businessman, an influencer, or an investor, whatnot, again, we have all the mechanisms of using your help, right? So to advance this as far as possible.
I hear start low, go slow, and remember that this is truly a plant medicine. And you are self-medicating, so you're actually acting like your own guinea pig when you ingest this stuff and take this stuff. Real quick, we've got COVID-19. I think everybody recognizes it attacks the respiratory system. I'm not a scientist, but I've read all about COVID-19. Is there? I want to talk to you about the way to ingest the cannabis plant. A lot of people still, the majority, use it and smoke it. They'll inhale it. They'll ignite it and then inhale it into their lungs. There are others out there that use tinctures. There are some that use gel caps. You even mentioned that as well. Is there a type of titration that is more effective or less effective, or again, does it come down to the individual's metabolism and use?
Right. So again, it depends on different disease, right? So if you strictly talk about COVID, there are a number of so-called gateway tissues, right? So if you're not diagnosed yet, so if you want to prevent yourselves, then use as mouthwash, gurgle, for example, as well as a gel cap or oil, probably be the most advisable, right? So, if the person is healthy, there's no point of inhaling this, right? So a mouthwash and gurgle would prevent, again, this is a hypothesis, has not been done on real humans, so I have to make disclosures that people don't run and start doing this, right? So, but that's what I think is going to happen. If you have a positive symptom, if you have been identified to have a disease and your symptoms are still mild, I still believe that the same combination, mouthwash, gurgle, and oil would be the best, because mouthwash and gurgle continuously exposed. We have a great basically urine of immune health, let's say, right, to tissues in our throat. And washing and continually exposing them would have a tremendous effect on ability to reduce infection and whatnot. If if the symptoms are associated with already with lungs and whatnot, this is extremely difficult question to answer because it may harm people, right? So unless I identify all the blood parameters, the oxygen, and whatnot, I cannot say whether inhaling would work. I would definitely not smoke it, right? So it's just counterproductive. Inhaler may be good, right? So, but it would depend if the lungs are still reasonably healthy and whatnot. So, unfortunately, there is not a simple answer in here.
No, well, it's a very complicated plant. There's no simple answers, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Kovalchuk, I want to thank you for taking the time. Your study is awesome. We encourage people to continue to support research. And if you can't get it done in the United States, look north of the border, because there are guys like Dr. Igor Kovalchuk that are just waiting for you to write a check so he could do more research on the benefits of the cannabis sativa plant. Dr. Kovalchuk, best to your whole family. I think that you should start recording your family dinners, because I'm guessing that would be very interesting conversation amongst all your researchers and your wife and daughter and the whole 9 yards. So again, thank you very much for joining us on We Talk Now.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
All right, and that'll do it for another edition of We Talk Now. I am your host, Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
4 former U.S. Attorney Generals flew out to California, including Bill Clinton's Attorney General. And they held a press conference. And they called medical cannabis Cheech and Chong medicine. Yeah, right, okay? So now, I want to go to all of the families who have epileptic children who are not getting seizures anymore. I want to go to all the families of cancer patients whose tumors stopped growing. I want to go to all of the family members of Alzheimer's patients whose symptoms were alleviated. I want to go to all the sufferers of arthritis who can use their hands again, right? Cheech and Chong medicine? Turns out it works pretty damn well.
That's the voice of Steve D'Angelo from Harborside Vertical in California, where he's been called the father of the cannabis industry. Now, Steve D'Angelo is the founder of the Last Prisoner Project. He joins me next on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true, whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, on location at Canex in Montego Bay in Jamaica. And who am I joined with here but the one and only Steve D'Angelo, known as the father of the cannabis industry. Does that make you feel accomplished? Does it make you feel good? When you hear that name, does it make you feel respected?
Well, you know, the cannabis industry existed for many centuries before I came along. So I'm not the father of the cannabis industry. I am the father of the legal cannabis industry. Willie Brown, the former mayor of San Francisco and Speaker of the California Assembly, gave me that designation. Just, you know, I got one of the first 6 cannabis licenses. I was very, very lucky that were issued in the United States. So I've had the opportunity to kind of be here from the beginning and contribute to the building of it. I take it as a great honorific. I'm really proud of what we've done to build a legal cannabis industry, and to be recognized for having played an important role in that it feels really good.
And I know you feel real good about the latest project that you're involved with, the Last Soldier project. Tell us a little bit about that. I'm familiar with it, and I am on record of saying I am going to help you in Boston because of Sarah.
Great. Well, Sarah is amazing. She's the executive director of the Last Prisoner Project. And our mission is really simple, right? We want every single cannabis prisoner on the earth to be released. Every single prisoner. And our reasoning is that it never should have been a crime in the first place, okay? And they never should have been locked up. But beyond that, we now today are living in a world where there are people who are making huge amounts of money with cannabis legally. And unfortunately, most of these people are people who have a heart, who actually really care. And so there's an opportunity for the legal cannabis industry to help all of the prisoners who are still in prison. And we're beginning to see that happen, and the project is getting traction. We've been really fortunate to get support from some people who are really key in the history of cannabis. So Damien and Stephen Marley have joined our advisory board. The Peter Tosh Foundation, Nyambe Tosh, have recently also become supporters of...
Another Boston connection.
Another Boston connection, yes.
I know you didn't have a good experience with the Globe and the Herald. Okay, I get that. But not too many people do, by the way. But it's still a good town.
Yeah. No, look, I was warned that politics in Boston is a contact sport, right?
Sports, politics, and revenge, actually, is what the mantra is. An old sports talk show host that I used to emulate, Eddie Endelman, coined that. Let's go back to the Last Prisoner Project. You're taking on not just the last prisoner in America, but you really want to bring this internationally.
Yeah, because we have a responsibility, okay, especially Americans. The reason that cannabis has been prohibited all around the world is because when we retired Harry Anslinger as the commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, he jumped over to the United Nations and spread his poison all over the world. Okay? So, yes, it is a global problem, and the industry, the legal industry, is now a global industry. We have cannabis being cultivated and consumed and sold legally in Europe, in Africa, in South America, in North America, and now in Asia. Thailand and South Korea are both moving towards medical cannabis. So as long as there is a legal cannabis industry, then I think that we have this incredible opportunity to use a tiny little bit of the money that comes from that industry to implement a little bit of restorative justice.
Absolutely. And here in Jamaica, I've certainly got an education about how inbred it is in the culture here with the Rastas. And I love their message of one family, one humanity, and how they engage with this live thing, the cannabis sativa plant. It's fascinating.
Well, what you see with Rastafarianism is the results of multi-generational experience with cannabis. And what that does is it builds a new kind of value system and ultimately a new kind of culture that lives by those values. The interesting thing is the values of Rastafarianism are basically the same values of cannabis consumers all over the world. Anybody who has a relationship with this plant is most likely, not universally, but most likely to be open-minded, to be tolerant, to respect nature, to resolve disputes in a peaceful way, to place value on joy and happiness and togetherness and experience with each other. These are common values that we live by, a desire for individual freedom and a suspicion of authority, right? We share these values no matter where we are in the world, and there's hundreds of millions of us all around the world.
I know in Jamaica now they've decriminalized it. They're starting to come out of the, out of the fields and make it all legal. And the farmers are concerned. They've been doing this for generations now. They don't want to miss out on this opportunity. You know what goes on in this island better than I do. Is there a space for them? Is there a place for them?
Well, there better be. There better be, okay? Again, this is a question of a moral imperative. Prohibition was wrong from the beginning. Okay? The people who had the courage and took the knocks to carry this plant through those long years of prohibition are the first people that should be in line to get legal licenses, not the last people. They should not be excluded. And again, the legal cannabis industry, people who have mainstream business experience, have an obligation, I believe, to reach out and make sure that these legacy farmers are included in the industry. And I hope that that happens, and I'll do everything that I know how to help make it happen.
Presence obviously makes it happen. In your panel yesterday, I learned a lot from you. I listened to you, and I've learned quite a bit from you. I was shocked a little bit about the talk about the Safe Banking Act, where historically and in the NCIA and in the whole nation, this was a historic moment that the United States House of Representatives at least voted something positive for a new industry. But you're not so sure that is a good thing?
No, it's a good thing.
Okay, good.
Absolutely a good thing, no question. I'm a big supporter of the Safe Bank.
However,
they addressed this subject in an extraordinarily convoluted way, okay? Because at the same time that they passed a law saying that nobody could take enforcement actions against banks who provided services to state legal cannabis businesses, they failed to do away with the law in the first place, right? So there is still a law in the books, anti-money laundering law, that says that any financial institution which takes dollars from an organization that handles a Schedule I controlled substance is liable for money laundering charges, and the individual bankers, the human beings, can be arrested, prosecuted, and imprisoned on conspiracy charges, which can carry up to 20 years in prison. So now Congress goes and says, all right, we're not going to mess with that law that already exists, guys. But what we're going to do is we're going to press this second law. And the second law says, well, in these special cases, the first law doesn't really count. Now, you're Mr. Banker, and you're sitting there and you're going, let's see, two laws. One says I go to prison for 20 years. The other one says, well, you got an exemption to that law. But that law that says that I go to prison has been around for a long time, and this other law, it just popped up. Me, Mr. Banker, conservative dude, I'm probably going to sit back and think about this for a little while before I jump in. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully the financial incentives, the huge opportunities that are available to financial institutions to come into cannabis will be so tempting that it will overcome the naturally conservative instincts of the bankers. I hope that happens, but at the same time, if Congress would just grow a spine and take its head out of the sand and do what is perfectly clear and obvious and remove cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act, we wouldn't need to go through all of these crazy legal convolutions of passing laws and then passing laws that say that you got an exemption from the law that's still there.
Well, you taught me that the President of the United States, I don't even like to use his name, I'm from Massachusetts after all, has the opportunity to make an administrative change to deschedule cannabis. My biggest fear is he's going to use that as a political ploy to get votes in September, October 2020. Where do you stand on that?
Well, look, I think that I don't think that Trump is going to expend any political capital to advance cannabis reform. But I think that if Congress passes a law and it goes to his desk, he's going to sign it. And if he signs that law, I'm going to praise him for signing it, just like I'm going to praise anybody for signing a Cannabis Reform Act. Would I vote for him? No. There's a lot of Democratic candidates that I'm not willing to vote for, too, including the front runner, right? So, you know, I really am. I'm a one-issue guy. I care more about this issue than I do anything else. And I will vote for the presidential candidate that, number one, takes the strongest reform position, and number two, that I can trust the most to actually follow through on that position when they get elected.
I like that. That's Vote Pro Pot. There's a podcast in Washington, D.C. I'm giving them a shameless plug that does that. And that's where they started. And I know that's what drives them, too. So, Steve, you know, you've been great. I know I could sit here and talk to you forever, but I know you're as tired. Well, actually, you're much more tired than I am. I'm not even gonna compete. But I thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to actually know you, to get to know you. I saw you for that first time in May at the NCIA lobby days, and I knew who you were. And it's really fun that we've been able to have an opportunity to talk. And you know, Kurt Dalton, my cohort over here, you know, the silent one's holding one of the cameras. Okay. He also speaks very highly of you too, and you will always be welcome in Boston. You know, I know what happened. I felt bad. I apologize for my city, you know, yesterday. So, and when I can get you that video and the sound, I promise I will. Great. Steve D'Angelo, you're terrific. What a thrill. Thank you. For Steve and Kurt, who's behind the camera here. Oh yeah, look at hey, that's how we do it. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly, right, Steve? That's right.
Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. In the Weeds with Jimmy Young is a production of the Pro Cannabis Media Group for the education and information of our listening audience. The opinions on this podcast are strictly those of the hosts of the program and do not represent Pro Cannabis Media or any of its affiliates. No medical advice is given, and any use of cannabis should be by adults over the age of 21 and used responsibly.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today we are joined by my good friend, Alyssa Merrill, the CEO of flowerandtonic.com. She is our cannabinoid medicine expert, if you will. And speaking of cannabinoid medicine experts, we're also very happy to be joined by Mara Gordon, coming in from California. So, Mara, first of all, thank you so much for coming in and talking with us today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me.
And as I mentioned to you in our little remarks before, I actually watched the Weed the People movie for the third time today. Happy to find it on YouTube and available, because the first time I was able to see it, it was part of a Education Foundation special showing. That was a couple years ago, I believe, when it first came out. Can you give a little bit of a background on exactly how that movie came about and how you got involved with it? Because I believe it was like a 5 or 6 year endeavor, correct?
Yes, it was quite a commitment. Initially, back, I would say it was like 2012, 2013, I had been asked to participate in a lot of documentaries. And there are several out there that have little snippets and pieces of me here and there. But I never was willing to really jump in and be part of one, because I felt like all of the teams that had approached me already had decided what the conclusion was going to be, and they were just looking for people to participate in it to prove their point. Like, in other words, cannabis should be legal for everybody in the world at all times, so we're going to push that thing, and we're going to bring a bunch of people in, and we're going to create this dialogue. Well, that to me is not a documentary. That's a commercial. So that didn't appeal to me. When Ricki Lake, the talk show host, when her movie star and everything else, when her late husband, Christian Evans, approached me about participating in this documentary that they were starting, I, of course, was saying no, no, no. And he's like, just at least come and meet Ricki and see what, and let us talk to you. And initially it was a little girl that had heard Ricki or become a uber fan of Ricki when she was on Dancing with the Stars. And this little girl had a very rare medical condition that was not being well addressed by traditional medicine. And they had talked about using cannabis. And so they were looking for a cannabis, somebody who was expert in making medicine and dosing and all these things. And that led them to me. Very quickly, the little girl's mom got snake bit and decided not to do it, moved out of state with the little girl. And so we had already been filming. We already had this stuff in the can. And then interestingly, I was actually in St. Louis, Missouri, sitting Shiva for my sister who died of cancer, when I got a emergency text message from Abby Epstein, who was the producer, the director of the film, saying, there's this 8-month-old baby with cancer. We need your help. You need to come help her. So I approached my family and I said, we're always about the living and not the dead. And so how do you guys feel about me leaving early during Shiva to go and take care of this baby? And they're like, are you crazy? Of course you're going to go take care of this baby. So that's what I did. I left St. Louis and I flew back to to California, and I went down to LA. And you see in the film, the first time that we actually meet in person, I bring her the medicine to start, I give her the baby medicine. So that's how it all started.
And how many do you think you've saved, Mara, over the last few years or so, which is an amazing thing to be doing God's work like that?
I don't know that I saved anybody. I think the medicine is pretty powerful. We have treated over 10,000 patients, and a lot of them, a significant amount of them, cancer. And I can say that based upon our data, the longevity and the quality of life of many, many of these people is far improved by using our medicine and our dosing protocols. would it have been just as good on something else? I have no idea. But when somebody normally lives 22 months after a diagnosis and they're talking to me 7, 8, 9 years later and they're still alive, I feel pretty good about that.
You absolutely should. I'm sure the word angel has been thrown out there a few times, and I think you qualify for sure. Alyssa?
Well, certainly in modesty, because I've had the pleasure of meeting Mara a little over a year ago at a cannabinoid conference where she was one of the keynote speakers, and that conference just opened my eyes to the farm, truly that what I always believed, that this was medicine and pharmaceutical level medicine. But modesty is certainly part of who you are, Mara, because I didn't even know after all this time knowing you, 10,000 patients, that was news to me. That's amazing. So, and can you share a little bit about, collecting the data and how I feel like you really were one of the only people attempting to go there and get the research and make it an actual potential pharmaceutical product.
Well, I appreciate your kind words, Alyssa, a lot. I'm a huge fan of yours.
We all are.
Well, why not? I mean, she's amazing.
Yes.
So one of the things that I think that I bring to this, just to address the modesty thing for a minute, it's very important to me that everything about my organizations, and even though using the word everything is contraindicated, is we like to say that we're hyperbole free. And by remaining hyperbole free, I don't buy my own press. There've been a lot of things written about me and a lot of things that I was in a thing the other day and a guy holds up, it was a Zoom meeting and there's like 25 people on there, and he holds up to get my attention, and he holds up a piece of paper and he's written hero on it, and it's like, you're only as good until the next thing that comes out that destroys everything. You never know, you never know. And I've been I had a single focus. I've kept that focus all these years. And I think that's gotten to me where I am. I haven't been distracted by every shiny object out there. So when I first came to cannabis and was utilizing it or trying to utilize it to deal with mine and my own husband's health conditions and issues, what really astounded me was the lack of transparency and data and understanding around what the products were and how we were supposed to use them. Now, I'm a process engineer by training. And so I look at this and I'm like, okay, you're giving me, and I've told this story a million times, a lot of times, you have like a Rice Krispies treat wrapped in cellophane that somebody obviously made in their home kitchen. It's got masking tape across it and it has in a Sharpie 5 to 20. And that's the only thing that's on the thing. And you're telling me, young bud tender you, that this is medicine, and how am I supposed to take it, and how do I know? And why would you give me junk food to take before bed with sugar? I mean, it's like nothing about it made sense. So I said, you know what, I'm going to figure out this dosing thing. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out how to treat different diseases and how to know how much to take and how to do it consistently, because I have no interest in cannabis becoming my lifestyle. I'm not burning my bra and wearing tie-dye and getting dreads or all the stereotypes that I brought to this a decade ago. Of course, obviously I've evolved, or I hope I've evolved since then in my understanding and acceptance. But that was where I was. And it was like, I just want to take my medicine and go about my life. And I realized I am so representative of the vast majority of people. Everyone that was using cannabis at that point was an early adopter. Right. They were people that they were outside the norm. So I couldn't focus on the norm. I had to focus on what was the need. And the need was well understood, lab tested, accurately dosed medicines with profiles to treat different diseases. So that's where I put all my focus. And that's what I've been doing. I mean, I've had more people come to me. It's crazy with, oh, you should come out with this, and you need a vape pen, and you need whatever. And the whole idea of Aunt Zelda's was all about making medicine that I understood, so that when we were treating patients, the data we got back about it was empirical data. And we've done that now for a decade.
I remember in the movie you were actually taking handwritten notes, and that's so old school, and it's something I also respect quite a bit, because I still do my chicken scratch notes too. But as an engineer, you know, if I remember, you come from the University of Texas system, am I right?
I'm from University of North Texas, but Texas system, same.
So, you know, you learned a little bit about software engineering, I'm guessing, at some point, and now you've incorporated that, and actually keeping track of dosing and consumption is what a lot of educators talk about now when they start working with people. Don't just take any old strain, do some research, find out what the strain is about and what perhaps impact it might have on your body, even though I think everybody knows every body is different. So the challenges that you faced, especially in the beginning where you were pioneering this titration and dosing, to me is amazing, and I'm guessing you took meticulous notes too, didn't you?
But I mean, I have every one of my lab books. I was using composition books, you know, the old style with the black and white blotchy on the front. And the reason for that is because the pages are sewn so that you don't have to worry about a page falling out. So I've been using those throughout my entire career, even when I was in, you know, my background was in technology and, you know, very complex systems, especially when I specialized bringing together legacy systems and making things that don't match. And that's kind of what cannabis is, if you think about it in a lot of ways. But yes, taking meticulous notes, and then eventually, I think it was like 2014, something like that, actually built our software platform that doctors have been using and nurses have been using to not only be able to make a correct dosing recommendation to a patient by seeing what all has worked in those areas. For example, patient comes to a doctor and says, I have ER/PR positive breast cancer, I'm stage 3, and I'm 52 years old. What should I use? Well, the physician can go through the data around who we've treated in the 50 to 55 or, you know, 45 to 50, whatever they want to do. They can pick that range of patients, see the de-identified data, and find out where to start. It's like you said, it's all different and everybody's different. But I had a cardiac procedure 2 weeks ago today that was not successful. And so the doctor wants to start me on a pharmaceutical, and I researched it. I talked to our doctors to make sure that they're okay with me starting on it. And I could have taken verbatim what this cardiologist was saying to me and apply it to cannabis. He's like, you have to be patient with me. It's going to take a while to figure out the right dose. This might not be the right drug. And I'm like, why is that acceptable in pharmaceuticals, but not acceptable in cannabinoids? Mm-hmm. It's the identical discussion. So it's of us normalizing cannabis to be is accepted and non-demonized by making it where doctors feel comfortable because they have data. So yeah, I've taken copious notes, and all those scribbles that were in my books have all gone into the system. Yeah.
I wish I had someone to do that with my notes, but I was on my way here. I drove by the New England School for Autism, and you know, that's what I think really, you know, excites me to know that there have been, I used to sell Ritalin, and that was really the only alternative for kids were stimulants. So, you know, what is the most, obviously that's an area you focused on. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about, there really hasn't been a treatment option. I'd love to hear more about what you've created and how patients respond differently, what you're seeing clinically in some of those patients.
And you're talking about autism.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really feel that I'm as qualified to answer all of that. I can talk to it from a corporate-y kind of discussion and some of the science. What happened was we did an observational trial at CHOPS in Philadelphia, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, on autism. And at the same time, we began conversations with Illyra Healthcare and the Hope product that they were developing. And we thought, we have all this expertise over here in trialing and all this stuff. Let's go ahead and bring them together. And we ended up merging and becoming Zelira Therapeutics instead of Zelda Therapeutics. All of this separate from Aunt Zelda's, but Zelda Therapeutics and Illyra Healthcare. So the autism, I mean, I could talk a little bit about the fact that we didn't really have anybody that it didn't work for. There were negligent or negligible negative side effects or anything like that. And it worked. We already know it works. And that's the beautiful thing about cannabis is we are able to now trial things that people have been using on their own for years and years and years. One thing we did find out though, is you got to have THC. You absolutely have got to have THC. I think that and this is maybe a separate entire conversation, but the travesty of the CBD hemp industry is criminal. And I think we're going to look back at this historically at the way that they are hurting patients with this model. It's disgusting to me. And the only one that wins are the corporate bottom line. The patients certainly don't win. And I think with autism in particular and seizure disorders, which often, by the way, a lot of people with autism also have seizure disorders. They, you know, you cannot just put them on CBD in most cases without THC and have it be effective. So it's got to have the whole plant profile in there.
Okay. You had something to follow, didn't you? I have one if you don't.
Yes, no, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm guessing that as your reputation was building, you were getting more and more accepted by the medical community, or were you always trying to prove yourself to the medical community?
I've tried the best I can to keep myself out of it from the standpoint that the science speaks for itself. Because I've joked around many times and I've said, you know, I'm not a doctor and I don't even play one on TV. I'm not a doctor. Everything I'm doing is about empowering doctors to take better care of their patients, right? So by approaching it that way, I think a lot of people that I've witnessed in the cannabis space over this last decade, I've often heard, and then there's one line in We the People that I cringe at when I hear, and that is that we can't practice medicine. That's not our, we don't have the education, we don't have the credentials, and it's wrong, it's immoral, and it's illegal, right? But we can do no harm by giving people what the data is showing is working and how it's working, but educate doctors. I've had more doctors come to me over the years begging to work with me, begging me to have access to the data, you know, show me how you do it, teach me what you do. And that's one of the reasons that I have been getting on airplanes all the years, is to teach doctors. That's why I was at the conference where I met with Alyssa, was because they're getting the wrong messaging and they need to hear what's actually working from the ground level and from studies. But there are a tremendous number of doctors that resent me. And you know what? That's about them. That's not about me. So right. I'm just going to keep on doing what I do. And some will love me, some will hate me, and I'll focus on the ones that love me.
Is that a Western medicine versus Eastern medicine kind of battle that is always ongoing in the medical community? Because I certainly recognize the strengths of the plant diet that's out there now, the vegan that are out there, and I see the benefits to that. And I'm starting to see more and more respect for plant medicine, and cannabis is the biggest part of that.
I think that the way that medical education has been taught over the last 80, 100 years has done a terrible disservice to doctors themselves and their education. And then as a result, what patients have been then left having to deal with as a result. Doctors used to have to be much more active in their treatment of patients, and it's become very mechanical from the standpoint that you have this disease, you give them this medicine, you give them this dose, it doesn't work, you then give them that one. If that doesn't work, then you give them that one. We have all the subspecialization in medicine that has been, it's ridiculous, where doctors are forgetting how to actually practice medicine, how to listen and do a diagnostic. I do believe that COVID and going to virtual is going to force doctors to actually dialogue with their patients in a way to ask them the right kind of questions, to get the right kind of information to make better recommendations. But the medical community is used to this single molecule as if it's the way and the path and the light. And the reality is it's a blip in medicine. It's a blip. It's it's a 100-year blip compared to thousands of years of treating patients, utilizing whole plant, utilizing other sorts of breathing, the breath therapy. I mean, reading, if you ever read the book Breath, I mean, it's phenomenal on how many different things and what happens at a cellular level. Medical, I mean, you have 10 minutes in an exam room, you boom, 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 you got to get them that pharmaceutical, you got to get that off to the pharmacy before you leave the room or it never gets to get done. That's Western medicine. And that's what we've co-signed because of big pharma and the insurance industry. Get them in, get them out, get them treated, boom, done. And that's not the approach to Ayurvedic or Eastern medicine or in other forms.
I always use the example, I have an amazing mom, and she would do anything for me, and she did not breastfeed. And she said that I was born in 74, and she said that you only breastfed if you couldn't afford formula. And today, I mean, that is certainly not the case. So I am hopeful that with the science, I feel like I know, actually, I can say that doctors at major hospitals, like the information as you're presenting it, it's credible and it's enough to offer patients confidently a safe alternative. So I really do see things shifting. I hope I'm not crazy, but yeah, to formula now is, a little, it's just amazing how much opinions can change, and I think you're doing a great job changing them. Thanks.
Thank you. To your point, Alyssa, I like to say that when we know better, we do better. Mm-hmm. And there's no malice in the way the doctors are doing it now. They just don't know any better because that's what they're taught. Yep. And so it's up to us to give them a safe space to expand their practices and expand how they do things in a safety zone where they're not going to risk. How many times have I heard people say, I'm not going to risk my license. I'm not going to risk my license. It's all about maintaining the ability to continue doing what they're doing. And so we just have to make it where it's safe enough for them to do that. If you look at plant medicine, I read something today, and it actually was the very first time that I had read this statement that I didn't necessarily believe it. And it said, nobody has ever died from an overdose of cannabis. And that's true. That is true when you think about the cannabis plant. But what's happening with all these isolates and these single molecule drugs that are coming out of cannabis? Maybe they won't overdose, but is there going to be a lethal dose? We don't know. We just don't know what happens. One of the reasons that you can't die of cannabis, obviously, is because you don't have CB1 and CB2 receptors in the brainstem, and so it doesn't repress your oxygenation and your respiratory system. But the reason people didn't die of opioid opioid overdose, in the past was you couldn't eat enough poppy plants. You'd get sick and puke your guts out before you ate enough to kill you. Cannabis, you can't smoke enough, eat enough, any of that in its whole form. We have no idea what's going to happen when people start making pharmaceuticals out of cannabis with a single molecule. to start using indiscriminately all over the place. And like I've talked about many times, Marinol, for example, we already have it. One and done. We have it. We have single molecule THC. Don't need to do any more single molecule THC. People can't stand the way it makes them feel. It's better than other drugs, but it's not very good. And if it was really great, there would be a street market and you could buy Marinol on every street corner, right? So we have to get doctors to understand putting the good of the patient needs to come before the ease of prescribing.
One of the things that has been a theme, not only in our conversation here, something Alyssa actually mentioned as well, is, and in the movie, women and mothers specifically tend to be the best advocates for their children. And I'm seeing the impact of the woman in the emerging cannabis industry as well. I'm always seeing the stories of the mother who advocates for that child. That's an inbred role that the mother plays that, you know, men can never have that. I can promise you that they will never be able to bear children. And I just think that bond, how it's transferred over to the advocacy, not just for their children, but for this plant too, to be accepted as a medicine. I'm sure you found this to be true over the last dozen years or so in your journeys.
I agree. And in fact, I'd suggest you watch the documentary, Mary Jane's Women of Weed. Yep. It was out by Wendy Borman. It's a good one. And she addressed, you know, she went looking for one thing and found a whole different set of answers over here. But, you know, women make over 80% of the healthcare decisions in the family.
Right.
Always have, always will. Well, I don't know about always, but they certainly have for an awfully long time. That's the way the Western and Eastern, I mean, I've talked to people to help them with their family members as far as way of Siberia, you know, and China and all. I mean, it's like, this is a universal sort of statement that 80% is made. So, and one of the interesting things I have found is that women will be warriors for their family, but not warriors for themselves. So getting women to comply with their protocols is so much more complicated than it is to get them. If I tell them you have to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and you have to stand on your left foot up in the air and you have to spin around and give your kid this medicine and it's going to save them, that mother is going to set her alarm and she's going to be up there and she's going to do it. If I say you have to do this for you, well, I have to get up early. It's, you know, I got to get the kids to school. I got to, you know, it's like every excuse in the world. I think what's happening with women in the cannabis space, one of the things that I find really disappointing is when I came into this space, there were so many women that were making amazing, beautiful tinctures and topicals and all sorts of interesting products to help the people that they were helping in their like little collectives. As soon as it became more profitable and you started bringing money into the space, the money started going to the men, or the women were kicked to the side. They have a much more difficult time raising money. The focus goes to shareholder instead of to the patient. When women are driving it, and this is a huge stereotype, but you know, stereotypes are usually based in fact to a certain extent, right? Let's face it. So most women or the women that I've seen in this space that were in this a long time ago, it was about helping people. And that doesn't fly when you're trying to raise money. They want to know what's your exit strategy, what's going to be your ROI, what are your margins. And so we need to help these women to have the support around them so that they can continue to focus on creating things to help patients. And that's just not the way the business is designed today. A lot of time they want the woman's name on their board or on their masthead, but they don't give them any actual support. When I first started, there was, I think women were 32 or 33% of the industry, and now it's down in the low 20s.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is that because the men are still controlling the capital markets?
Absolutely.
Aha. All right. I do want to get back to something you mentioned. You were pretty adamant about it too. The situation with hemp in this country and this whole CBD thing. And needless to say, when Mitch McConnell signed that farm bill in 2018, he had no idea what kind of a Pandora's box he was opening. They never did.
Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Oh, yes, he did. Look at his family. Look at what his family owns.
Aha. Gotcha.
Yes.
So he knew So he knew that he was putting money in his family, but he didn't realize the big industry that he was kind of giving not legitimacy to, but an opportunity to expand without ever really researching the impact or how the regulations were going to work. And now you've got a federal government that's in totally dysfunctional. And yeah, I don't see anything getting done in the next few weeks, let alone next few months. With the DEA pointing fingers at the FDA and the USADA, that would be the agriculture group. No one wants to take responsibility for it or regulate it. Are we ever going to see what we hope to see as far as regulations go and testing and dosing and anything like that as far as hemp and CBD goes?
Well, I'm an internal optimist. So I hope that right now we're just experiencing the pendulum effect, and that eventually everything's going to normalize and saner heads will prevail. At least that's my hope. I am such a huge proponent of hemp. I think hemp could save this planet in many ways, 100%. They have no business growing it for CBD. It should be grown for industrial purposes. It should be grown to replace oils and plastics and fibers and concrete and on and on and on and on, and the different various uses for hemp. It's crazy how, it reminds me of manna in the old, it's like, it is whatever you need it to be. The 0.3 or 0.03 or whatever the number is of the threshold for THC in it, that was some number that two guys in Canada came up with, and it got adopted. It has zero scientific basis to it. Zero. And it has caused this boom in this thing saying, oh, if there's no THC, then it's okay. And what I've been saying all along is, well, the Marijuana Tax Act, and if you look at all that, it doesn't say THC, it says marijuana. So you're playing a game with this to wink, wink, push your own industry so that you can go across state lines and not have all the limitations that we have in the cannabis space. But they're not real. They're not real differences. They're fake. They're manufactured for the purposes of getting around a law you don't like. And they're certainly not for the benefit of patients. I just think it's disgusting. I had a woman call me the other day. Excuse me. She reached out to me on Twitter. And I'm like, okay, here's my email address. Send me the information about your 9-year-old daughter, right? With this rare cancer. And she said, well, she's taking this CBD product, and I don't know what she should take, how much of it and everything. I said, she's trying to explain it to me. And I said, just take a picture of the labels, so I can read it and send it to me and I'll look at it. I was so angry when I saw the picture of what they had sold her. It was, did I already tell you this, Alyssa? I don't remember.
Me. Yeah,
you
texted
me.
I was
so angry. Yeah. It was a CBD vape pen refill that they had sold this mother to treat her 9-year-old child with stage 4 cancer.
Ugh.
Something to there's no, I mean, how do you live with yourself? Where's Tikkun Olam? Where is saving the world? Where is making the world better because you were here, not just let me screw around everybody and hope they don't catch me. And that's what I feel like the hemp industry is. Now, granted, there are places in the United States, places in the world that it's the only thing that's allowed is under the ridiculous threshold of THC. But the types of products and the lack of oversight and it's just, to me, it's criminal. It's criminal because at the end of the day, it's human beings. Anything you put in or on your body should be safe and to a level that it's appropriate for you. And some of the stuff that's being made out there does not meet those thresholds.
I would say potentially dangerous,
Extreme.
Actually dangerous to many patients, and to the point where, yes, I couldn't agree with you more. It's kind of a shame, but I think it's hopefully I think we're on the verge of trying to make some improvements in the industry.
A change would be beneficial to many in so many avenues right now. Can you look into your crystal ball and see where we're going to be as far as a country, as far as legalization, as far as acceptance in 4 to 8 years?
I wish I could. I think that on one hand, the push for legalization is a little bit frightening because if you don't have a structure in place for when that happens, you're going to have the same chaos that you have in the hemp space with cannabis. And who's going to be around to pick it up? Big pharma, big alcohol. I mean, totally going to miss the boat. So I think that we need to have our foundation in place before that happens. In California, everybody was rushing to, legalize adult use, Prop 64 passed here. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the beginning of the end. And it's precisely what has happened, is all this rush to the small market, big money, dominating the fields by people who have no understanding of what they're actually working with and who the end consumer needs to be. And if we do this at a federal level, I mean, come on. Do you really want this to be like, oh, now it's legal and it's a land race, whoever can get there first to dominate? I don't want to see that, because I think that cannabis has tremendous benefit and potential, but it also has tremendous risks if not addressed correctly. Nobody even talks about, or I shouldn't say nobody, rarely do you hear about the interactions with the cytochrome P450 and the interactions with other pharmaceuticals and how, potential dangers and liver damage, especially with CBD, way more so than THC. You have liver enzymes going through the roof on certain patients because they're taking CBD at the same time they're taking their drugs. So, I hope that it's not legalized until we have a system in place to support it. Can we do that in 4 to 8 years? Absolutely, if we had the right administration with the right ethos. But regardless of what happens in a month in the election, we're still not going to have it. We're still not going to have it.
A piece of news today from California. I read that some California banks are now going to be able to actually do business in and with the cannabis industry. Now, obviously, we're still with a federal illegal substance. The federal government could come in and screw things up. But is that you're in California. You just talked about Prop 64. Is this a good thing? I think anytime you can actually do banking and you don't have to do it with cash, it's an improvement, but it's not the where-all and end-all. Is that accurate?
Well, just to kind of add another little thing is I'm on the board of directors, and I'm a director of North Bay Credit Union. And we've been giving money, or we've been working with cannabis. We've been doing this for almost 3 years now, that we've been banking cannabis businesses. And they brought me in on that board because they wanted to have somebody who understood cannabis and understood how to look at a business and see if they were full of crap or what they said actually was legitimate, right? Because they didn't even know enough to know what they didn't know at the time. Right. So we've taken so much money off the streets already. And so we've already been banking in California for quite a long time. It's just for it to be getting where the governor is supporting it and things like that, it's another story. Anybody that has federal oversight or gets money back and forth, like the FDIC and things like that, they're going to have to be careful how they do that, because they can get shut down and have, I personally am liable the same way that the other officers in the bank are. We're liable for suspicious activity if we recognize it and we don't do anything about it, right? So there's it's not for the weak of heart to take on banking. I'll tell you that, not at all. But I think it's going to encourage different types of investors, knowing that banking is possible. It also increases this caliber of employee that you can attract, because they know they're going to be able to put their paycheck in the bank and maybe get a car loan and be honest and authentic and live in the light instead of living in the dark and hiding who they are and what they do. It legitimizes us and elevates us as a legitimate business when we can actually bank. So I think it's a huge step in the right direction.
There you go. And just for the record, we are in a credit union in Rhode Island after a bad experience with the bank. So we support that. Hey, tell us a little bit about Auntie Zelda's and how it's going and how people can find it and all that neat stuff.
So it's Aunt Zelda's. Aunt Zelda's is, it's interesting. I'm in California right now, and I think December, January, we'll be in South Africa and in Brazil. So I'm very excited about that. I wanted to find a place in the world where I could manufacture for export at a GMP facility. And I met these guys a few years ago, and they came and sought me out for my data initially. And then we started talking, and they were building a much bigger operation. And we realized that we were completely like-minded and decided to do this thing together. So they're licensing, it's all of our SOPs, our IP and everything that for how they're going to be manufacturing, with the selected cultivar profiles as well. In California, the way that we've been right now, because I haven't really been interested in being any dispensaries, because dispensaries don't match what I do. Work with the patient, our doctors, think about it. Can you imagine? I'm going to give you the scenario. You go to the doctor writes a prescription for you. You go to CVS to pick it up. And when you get there, the kid at the counter goes, nah, I don't think you should take that. I think you should go and take these chewable aspirin. Well, that's the cannabis industry right there, right? So I haven't been interested in that. What I have done is I've worked with key delivery services that do fulfillment for us. And which works differently, because there's no advice from the bud tender. There's the entire transaction. We just tell them to go, this is what you're going to get and whatever. So this has also been problematic. So I've rebuilt our software platform, and Alyssa, I believe, will be bringing it to Massachusetts, to the doctors there. And what we're doing is we're vetting various products in each category. For example, a transdermal patch, a set of raw cannabinoid products, the ones like mine that are the high THC and high CBD, but all from cannabis, not full spectrum. Real full spectrum, not this, not marketing full spectrum. Topicals, you name it, all these products, we vet them through their COAs, where we're able to see whether they're good or not. So when a doctor makes a recommendation now to a patient, I want you to use 5 milligrams of CBD, or excuse me, of THC, and I want you to use 50 milligrams of CBD, and I want you to take this in the morning, and I want you to do sublingual and all that, the way that our doctors, and I want it to have beta caryophyllene in there, and I want it to have limonene. These are the way our doctors recommend. When the patient receives the recommendation from the doctor and they look to see which products that are available or in their area, it'll only show them the products that match what the physician wants them to use. So no more bait and switch, right? It'll only show them, okay, if the doctor wants you to use a sublingual, it'll show you a sublingual that has the profile. And then once you select, it'll then give you the instructions specifically how to titrate and take it to match what the doctor wants you to use. And so we're basically automating what we've already been doing internally. So Aunt Zelda's was an R&D company, never designed to be scaled in its present form. It was always about getting the data, matching it to the products to see what was working for different diseases. Now we're ready to start making it available now that we can support it the way we're going to in our platform.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Very exciting. I've been working with some key delivery services here to do fulfillment, and it'll be set up on a recurring subscription model. Like I get a text every 75 days from CVS asking me if I want to refill my medicine. I say yes, it sends it out to me. I say no, it asks me when I want to get a reminder. We're going to be doing the same thing because cannabis should be no more complicated than taking any other medicine.
Wow, that's a great way to wrap things up, I think. Mara Gordon, you were just terrific. I can see why Alyssa has so much respect for you, and I know she's excited about having your products on Flower and Tonic too.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful, and I'm really looking forward to working with Alyssa. She also brings a tremendous amount of value to me, so I plan on learning from her as well.
Hey, we're all one big happy family here at Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm happy she's on board with us as well. Mara Gordon from Auntie Zella's, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing more from you down the road. But in the meantime, remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.